They will get a video of each day's class, and I post those up to my Carlson channel and my YouTube channel. Um, let's see, Chris, I'm going to mute your microphone here. It's coming through there. There you go. So anyway, you'll get those video links. They go up unlisted, so people that don't take the class, for instance, will never see those links on my channel. But when you have the links, you'll be able to go and view them anytime you want to, put them in your own playlist, that sort of stuff. Okay. Also, a bit about the training and the certificates. Frank, since you are registered, you're going to get at least 13 PDHs, continuing education hours, professional development hours, um, for your license maintenance if you even need them.
That'd be
Uh,
great. Yeah, I do need that.
oh, good, good. And so you get a certificate and then a class, it's all signed and attested to. And we keep permanent records of that attendance and the materials and everything we're done. So and we've never had this happen, but if anybody ever, gets audited and needs to verify that, we can keep those. We've got those records going back to, I think, 2006, when we first started doing this stuff. So, um, pushing 20 years ago. Wow. Seems like yesterday. All right. So, a couple things about um, the book. If you haven't noticed already, um, it's in PDF, of course, but in the table of contents, each of these little jump tos are linked. That's why the cursor turns into that little finger. So if I want to go to, for instance, this point group exercise over here that I see, I want to go into the basics part. I'll click that and it puts me right to that spot. Okay. There's no real back button because it doesn't really know where I came from, but I can just, go back up and grab this. So things are linked with that. And I guess, stepping through that. So we see we've got a bunch of introductory material. As you can see, we talk about the menus. And in these particular cases, you can even see just from the page count, the file menu, edit menu, draw menu. This is not a list of all the commands on those menus. It just basically tells you where those menus are and that they are general menus. And then you've got modular menus. So in fact, we look at those here, what's on the menu, general versus modular. You may have noticed if you've got multiple modules that you have file, edit, view, draw, inquiry, settings, and points. And as in every module. And then the module specific menus start after that points menu. So all the commands on all of these menus, these general menus, are the same, regardless of which module you may be using. And that just tells you a little blurb down here. There's the file menus, control file functions, edit menu does, and there's a lot of tools on the edit menu, by the way, and that does a lot of your edits. Okay, some of which are standard CAD edits, some of which are Carlson enhanced variations and that sort of stuff. Draw basically is how you create things. All right. And then once you get past the points menu, you start to see these modular menus. And then over here, based on which particular module you'll see these series of menus that follow that points menu. So if I'm running the survey module, the next menu that I see will be called survey. And if I'm running civil, for instance, I'll see 3D data. So that tells you what module you're in. I think it may also change at the very top of the window and tell you that as well. Um, we'll take a look at that and see. It doesn't really matter. But that's basically, that how that part is laid out. And that's discussing all of these different things. And then you're going to get into these settings. And that's going to be where we're going to start our actual learning bit, is this settings. Now, if you notice, settings in your training manual is basically one page. However, we're going to spend a blisteringly mind-numbing amount of time going through these and illustrating their effects of the ones that are important to know about, because they so radically change the behavior of the software that sometimes, if you don't understand why something worked one way one time, or for somebody else, and they're working different now, this can be very important to how the program works. So we'll go over that. And it is the boringest part of the training. However, it's, I think, very important. It was something that till I dug down in deep and learned, it was something that was always sort of, yeah, it wasn't really in the way or perplexing. It was just the fact that because I was unaware of it, I was unaware of the behavior that I might have been confused by, that sort of thing. So we'll go through some of that so you understand where settings are made and what they do and how they work. And then the next major step we're going to start talking about is these, again, the important concepts. And we start off with this points and point groups, and we talk about what points are. And really, there's a very subtle distinction between a Carlson point, which you can think of as well, a lot of people would think of those as a survey coordinate. Okay, so a lot of times they are that, but sometimes you don't have to necessarily have surveyed the point. But these are the points that are stored in these external data files. They can be plotted in the drawing. They can show up in the drawing. You can use them to help create the drawing automatically through something like field to finish. So, that's the one thing that they are. But AutoCAD or IntelliCAD also have an entity known as a point. They have points, lines, polylines, circles, ellipses, which is really what a circle is, just equal axes, text, M-line text, blocks, and things like that. So a point in the CAD system is a standard CAD entity, but it is separate from a Carlson quote point, although every Carlson point has a CAD point associated with it. All right. But there are also what we call points. If you look at this like a polyline, which is a single connected piece of line segments, that has, by virtue of the fact that they have bend points or vertices, where you've got a vertex at each one of those bends and the ends, those 4 locations along that polyline also have what we think of in human lay terms as points. Those are the points of that line, but there is no CAD point associated with that. There's no Carlson point associated with that unless we put one on it. But a lot of the routines in the software will actually treat those as if they are point locations. So we're going to talk about a lot of that kind of stuff next. And then the next, and we have several exercises that we'll go through to illustrate that. And then the really big part, and this forms the foundation of pretty much everything that I think we should be doing in our work, unless we are strictly doing boundary survey work and we don't ever consider the third dimension. But so much of what we do does consider that and should consider that. And it's so easy once you know how to do it. And that's once we do these surfaces, how we model terrain, this terrain modeling. And that'll basically be the second half of what we're going to do. We're going to learn about how to set break lines and all that. And those may be familiar concepts, but you can see how Carlson treats things. There's a series of these little exercises that we're going to go through. Okay, learn how to use the 3D viewer. And then we have this last final exercise where it takes this workflow and it takes pretty much everything we've learned concept-wise and steps you through the different process. We're going to basically model this. We're going to take this group of points, and that's all in that drawing. That's the only stuff in that drawing, and we're going to basically model in this little stockpile of material and compute some volumes, and then we're going to design a little borrow pit to come out of that stockpile and then merge it into that stockpile. And then we're going to design, you see this little green center line, that's going to be our little haul road to come into our borrow pit. There's the profile of it. Here's our road profile that we designed. We create it in 3 dimensions. We lay it out there on the ground. We set the edges down and tie into the existing ground, and then use that to model in the final surface. So, there's the final set of contours that comes across our stockpile area that we've drawn and sized, okay? And then that will conclude those exercises and basically the training part. But if you get into, and that was back in the table of contents, that was that putting it all together workflow, okay? The next part of the manual, the second half of the manual here, is these command references of just these general menus: the file, edit, view, draw, edit, file, edit, view, draw, inquiry, setting the points. So those menus are going to talk about these commands that are on those particular menus. So a couple of things to note about these, and this is where you do get the command listings of what's on those menus as opposed to that first part of the manual. But if you look over here, say I'm on page 61 of the manual, and I can see, up here, the very first part of the edit menu, and you can see that that's, if you pull down the edit menu, you would see menus like this. And it says these contain both standard CAD tools like move, copy, trim, rotate, etc. And it's basically what you think of as the modified tools, as well as some Carlson enhanced variations on typical functions. And sometimes there are Carlson enhanced tools that AutoCAD doesn't even have a possibility of doing, things like 3D offsets and stuff like that. So these commands that you're going to see are going to be those Carlson enhanced variations. You might see in that picture here, we've got the undo, redo, clipboard operations, erase, pull that to the right, you got erase select, erase single, erase last. Those are all standard CAD tools. So the first one that you're going to see listed is the Carlson variation that's not part of your standard CAD tools, and that's called erase by layer. And so that then explains a little bit about what that does. Erase by closed polyline, erase outside, temporary erase, copy to a later, blah, blah, blah. You can see how that works. Now, the other thing you may notice in these menu descriptions, some commands are highlighted in red. And all in the world that means, first of all, each command has value, but all that it means when you see a red highlighted command is that over the years and things that I've used and part of my daily workflow, and in fact, by the way, I still am a practicing consulting engineer. I have my own practice, and I do a lot of work for a lot of other firms. So, I still use Carlson as part of that daily workflow. I also use other programs as well, but mostly on the microstation side when I'm doing DOT work. But anyway, when you see something that's listed as red, that is just an indicator that, hey, over the years, I found these to be really useful, really helpful commands. Okay, so there's some, like I said, all of them have value, but these are the ones that I find that I have used quite often and find a lot of additional value. Excuse me, but I'm losing my voice. Find a lot of value in. Your mileage may vary. You may find that, hey, you use this copy to layer all the time. And I rarely do that. My workflow is just slightly different, so that may be fine. However, in helping you learn some of these, this might also, grab your eye to have you be able to, be drawn toward a couple of things that I have found to be pretty important in the type of work I do. Okay. So you'll see a lot of these kind of things like here's draw, text with sequential numbers. Not really anything that gets into modeling. That's just more a drafting function, but it's quite a handy little routine. Shrink wrap entities. And that's really a very important one that I do a lot of. However, it's become internalized in the terrain modeling. So it's less important to do as a purposeful kind of thought than, um, so it's not red, but it's really quite an important thing. So when we get to it, we'll talk about it. And there's two different options. You can go across gaps or bounded line work. And here's an example, for instance, of those concepts. This goes across gaps. You see there's airspace in between those points, and it yet wraps this boundary around it. And if we have something like this drawn, a series of polylines or polygons, and if we choose bounded line work only, then it would wrap itself around. You see that resulting blue line around that. Again, is across gaps, so it lets it shoot across those gaps, but it puts that bounding element around it. Now, one of the things to be aware of is when you, especially if you're just learning this and you're wanting to use that command. And I commend Carlson on this. I don't know that it was necessarily purposeful, but on that menu, on the draw menu, they have this command called boundary polyline. And we might say, well, I want to draw a boundary around all my stuff, so I'm going to use that draw boundary polyline. Well, that's not what that is. That's the name of the command that the CAD system uses in a hatch situation. So if you were to say click on the inside, let's go down here to this little example picture. If I were to click in the middle of this space here, the boundary polyline that it would draw would be these interior walls. Okay, so that would be as if I were hatching that space. That's its boundary. Whereas this outside boundary, which is what we might be more interested in for what we're doing, that's called our shrink wrap. Okay, so don't get those confused. It's just that you can't, they're not changing the name of this boundary polyline because that's what the CAD version of that command is, but it's from the inside out. And shrink wrap entities is from the outside in. Okay, so we'll talk about that when we get to it. But there's a number of things that it can do. Here's a real quick example just by this thing. Say this is phase one, phase two, phase three, and phase four of our work. And we need to see, well, what's our total disturbed area, for instance? Well, you got some overlap here, so you need to subtract out those little areas. So you just do a shrink wrap around it, and that will do, and then take the area of that resulting shrink wrap, and that's the total area. In a case like this up here, that's going to put a boundary around our work when we model this terrain. Okay, we need a boundary there to keep from generating those triangles in these little in-cut areas. Okay, and you'll see how all that stuff works. And in fact, drawing a shrink wrap entity really does terrain modeling in the background, in memory, very fast, all around the data, and then starts throwing away external triangles based on a setting that you give it. So it's just an automatic way of creating those boundaries, right? So, yeah, then the inquiry, this drawing inspector, very useful tool when you need it. Point object snap. This one is so useful that I even put a little note beside it because it's very good to be able to use in conjunction with your Carlson points. It basically lets you point to any part of that point, any part of the label, anything, and it snaps to the point location instead of, you know, if you're using a point symbol that looks like a triangle, for instance, like on a control point, you might accidentally, if you've got your endpoint snaps turned on, you might snap to the corner of one of the triangles and not to the center of the point. You don't have to stop and set your node snapping on and all that kind of stuff. You just have that point object snap on, and which is a Carlson difference between that and the node snap, and that is you can point to any part of the point, label anything, and it grabs the point. And we'll see how that works. And then the points. Here's one that was such a cool command, and has become less and less important now that we have GPS available to us. But was this point under the point utilities, there was a command, still is, called search published control. And it would go out onto the internet and find you all of these NGS control points that have been published or out there. And you may have seen those in the data sheets that would come in and tell you the history of the point and where it was and how to get it and what its values are, etc. And this command would then also allow you to take any of those that you have found. And up here's, for instance, I've got the KY0678 and 0398 are both control points that have been found as part of what I was looking for. And I've clicked on them in the drawing. You can see over here that tells me what order, A, B, 1, 2, 3, types, I can even look vertical and horizontal. But as I select those, they go into these individual tabs. Those are the data sheets. And then once I'm done with that, I can pull in all of that data, that the coordinate value data, the horizontal and vertical location, and it will do a coordinate transformation from whatever it's stored in, typically NAD 27 meters, maybe if it's older published stuff, into my coordinate system if I have a named coordinate system, typically corresponding to a state plane zone. So it'll do an automatic coordinate transformation and bring those points into my drawing for me. So it's kind of a cool little routine. But again, I say we don't use it a whole lot anymore, but there it is. And I think that then wraps up a few more of those little point utility commands, and there they are. Now, one thing you may notice here too, a lot of this stuff that defines these commands is going to look just like what you see in the help system if you're a help system user like I am a lot of. But we've usually taken that information and condensed it down to what you really need to know for these commands. In some other aspects, we've done things sort of expanded upon what that help system shows you. So anyway, it's just a guide, handy, keeps you to use for reference. Um, keep handy as you're working, as you're learning the software. Okay. So with that being said, let's then start looking a couple of things here in the manual. A little bit about, MSoft as a company. And again, I'm a consultant for MSoft. But you guys may have dealt with Mike Sobel or Dave Ralston when you're setting up for the classes. And, I've known Mike since he used to sell plotter paper out of the back of his van for A.B. Smith, Surveyor Supply or Drafter Supply Company. So 35 years ago, maybe, he was making rounds around Pittsburgh. So anyway, he's been part of that scene ever since, and he's sort of heading that up. Now, he is really, truly a salesman by profession, whereas I'm the engineer. But he's now focused solely on Carlson as a product line. And so here we're talking about now a couple of things that you'll see throughout the guide. You may see, and it's only maybe in a couple of locations, and I can't even remember where I've talked about them. If there is a particular command that is specific to or has some different behavior to the other one based on which version, which CAD version it's referring to. So if it's an IntelliCAD feature or version, command, you'll see this little tag next to it, or if it's an AutoCAD feature. So if you're running on top of AutoCAD, maybe that's what you have to run. For instance, there's a like the layer manager command, where you get to the same place in terms of controlling your layers by using Carlson's layer manager command. When you do it in IntelliCAD, it's going to pop up what's called the IntelliCAD inspector, and it controls not just layers, but layer states, text styles, blocks, XREFs, uh, layout tabs, all of these different things. And it does it for all of the different drawings that you may have open at the same time. And you can transfer those things back and forth between drawings. It is a hugely powerful command. AutoCAD doesn't have it. And that's not a Carlson thing, that's an IntelliCAD thing. Now, AutoCAD has some other ways of doing it with the thing they call Design Center. So it works very similar, but it's a separate command from controlling layers. However, we'll, you know, talk about those when we need to. But here are the other two that you're going to see more often, and they're pretty good. So here's maybe a, a little tip or trick, a good idea. And then the one that is a little notepad means, okay, that's an important, really important concept. These tips or tricks are not necessarily all that overly important, but they're useful to know about. Whereas the notepad means, yeah, jot a little note down, think about it. All right. Now, this bit here on a bit about Carlson software and how it works. And I'm not going to read any of this stuff to you. You can do that on your own, but this is really telling you in general on one page what it is that the Carlson software is doing, because it's really just manipulating a CAD drawing. Okay, it's a drawn elements or entities, and they're part of this drawing. So then how do we work with that in what we're trying to do? And in contrast to things like Civil 3D, where they're trying to take, say, a drawn polyline that you've turned into a road alignment, and they elevate that into a special type of entity called an alignment. Carlson doesn't do that. It leaves it alone as a polyline. It's still just a polyline. But Carlson then provides the infrastructure whereby we can interact with that polyline and think of it as an alignment. For instance, we double click a polyline that we've turned into an alignment, and it's going to open up the centerline editor instead of just loading the poly edit command. Okay. So that's really all Carlson is. It's a wrapper around all of these CAD entities, and it's an interface between you, the land development expert, and the CAD system. So if you want to say, I know I need to make a 50-foot offset of this roadway, and I want to offset that. I've got a 3D line that represents the center line of my road as it goes up and down, and maybe I want to offset it, say 12 feet away, but down at a 2% cross slope. So the CAD system actually has no way of doing that in and of itself. So Carlson then steps in and does everything it needs to do to sort of communicate back to the CAD system how to accomplish what it is that we're wanting. So it's sort of that interlocutor, if you will, between us and the system. Okay. And so that's all of these little design environments do, is they just intercept our questions and our needs, and we fill all that stuff out by basically filling out a wish list card in the form of a dialogue box. And Carlson takes all those answers and then spits it back to Carlson behind the curtain where we're not seeing it in the series of whatever commands it needs to do that. Okay. So that's really what we got going here. Now, in terms of how our work is organized, where things are set, that sort of stuff. We've also sort of talked about these different modules, and here's just an image of the module toolbar, for instance. There's the survey, looks like a survey instrument. The road, it looks like a road that's civil. The rain cloud is hydro. The globe with the little magnifier to inspect the earth, that's a GIS, that sort of stuff. You can get a sense of what those do. And that's nothing more than just little tools to switch in and out of the different menus. You can also switch in and out of those different modules from the settings menu. You come down to the Carlson menus, and then there they are again, just like you see here on this toolbar. Okay. Now, I will tell you up front, when we get into the software, you're going to see I don't really use the ribbon. You're more than welcome to do that. But if you look in terms of text lines, I've got this top line across the top. That's my menus. Okay. And I usually keep those available. But then I've got a ribbon, and these are all the different tab titles. So they're even taller than the menu line, but there's that additional line. And then I've got a 1, 2, 3 um, lines worth of icons and commands, and then a fourth line of a label as to what that particular tab does. So I've got all that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pretty good sized lines of text that are eating into my graphic space. Okay, so if I'm working on a smaller screen, a laptop, or anything like that, I really, just sort of turn that off. I will recommend, if you like to use ribbon interfaces, to go ahead and explore that and get to know that, because there's a little distinction, and this is true for other software that offers ribbon interfaces as well as menu interfaces, is that menu interfaces tend to group commands. I tend to group them by say like related behavior or related entities that they work on, that sort of stuff. So the commands are all sort of clustered based on similarity to other commands, whereas the ribbon tends to display the commands in a workflow scenario, in a typical workflow. So if you might, let's say on the takeoff modules, you might have, your workflow might be to set a boundary, or do drawing cleanup, then set a boundary, then identify layers that tell it what is existing, identify layers that tell it what is designed, and then you got to, create surface function next. Well, all of those commands come from about 4 or 5 different menus, whereas on the ribbon, they might be right next to each other on the same panel. So it's a sort of a different grouping. Okay, so explore those as you wish, but we're going, I typically do not use them myself, just to save the real estate. And I'll be teaching from the menus and from a certain key toolbars. And we'll talk about what each of those toolbars are and why why I have them out and what their strengths and weaknesses may be. Okay. And then the other thing to for us to get our sort of minds wrapped around is how our data gets stored, and, where does it live? on our computer. And that's this directory structure. Now, when you run Carlson out of the box, it comes default set to what you see on this image right here, that middle choice called drawing folder. And all that means is that all of our data files that we're going to open or save and that kind of stuff are going to, by default, follow the drawing. So wherever we've saved this drawing is going to be where all this data is going to live. It's going to be in that same folder on the computer. It doesn't have to be. You can always navigate away from it in the middle of that command. You don't have to use that behavior, but that's where it's going to be by default. The other two options are this project folder, and then on the far right, the fixed folder. Now, that far right fixed folder choice is rarely used these days. However, it used to be the only way that Carlson software worked back in the days when it was called ServCAD, when it was just a survey program called SCAD. And so it made a folder on your computer called SCAD data. And that's where everything went. It didn't matter which job you're working on. It didn't matter if you're working on points and then also alignments, then profiles, then parcels and whatever. Everything went into that SCAD data folder. Although I think you could navigate away from it even then, but by default, it all got dumped into that folder. Well, that made it difficult, excuse me, if you were working on a project for client ABC, and you're also working on a project for a client called XYZ, excuse me, then when you're modeling the existing ground, you might be in the habit of calling that surface file that you're going to create. You would usually call that eg.tin for a triangulated irregular network. And so, but if we called it eg.tin, if we're working on ABC's work, then we switch over working on XYZ's work, and we also call it eg.10. Well, that already exists for ABC, and I either have to overwrite it or give it a new name or whatever. So you would wind up having to do all of your compartmentalizing by file name, which is fine. You can still do that. But this sort of mid-level behavior, this drawing folder, means we're going to follow the drawing. That at least would put an eg.10 in my folder where my abc.dwg lived, and could have another file called eg.10, but it lives in a folder called xyz, which is where my xyz.dwg file lives. So that sort of kept that part and let us keep our work separated by jobs. Now, here though, is this project folder, and that's the newest implementation that they use. And this, Frank, is sort of reminiscent of the old LDD data structure. Whereas if you think, and I'm trying to remember, I don't think you had much control over that. I think they had a structure and they told you where things were going to go. I'm not sure. That might be something you set and then it would go that way.
Yeah, I think it was just kind of by default, and then you had to go find it and locate it.
Yeah, okay. So this behaves in that same sense, in that if you choose this paradigm, then you're going to basically declare a project. And when you do that, it creates a folder, if it doesn't already exist, of the same name as you've named the project. If it does exist, that's fine, it'll use it. And then it looks inside of that folder and it either creates or uses these folders, however you define your list of folders. So up here, you can see in this particular picture, I'm showing a project. And then I've also created apparently alginments. That's the first time I've noticed that I misspelled alignments, my dyslexic typing fingers. All right, so I've got alignments and profiles. I've got DWG files. I've got another folder for other files, and within other files, I want to have deliverables and PDFs. You could have, a file out here, and you see it goes on down surfaces. You may have different I've got alignments profile, so there's no, I may have one called points. And so once you've defined a list of folders, you can then tell it which particular data files are going to go in which particular folders by default. And again, you can always freely navigate away from it. So that's what we can do. And even if we don't, and I'll be honest with you, I right now just pretty much use this drawing folder structure now because I don't really generate, even on monster projects, I don't generate so much different, diverse data that I need to, maybe it's also because I'm familiar with what all those files are. So I can always sort my directories by type and I can leave that alone. It's sort of, in one sense, it's a little bit simpler for me anyway. Um, but one of the things that this is very useful for on the project folder type is if you're working for a company that might have multiple locations and you've got staff that are working on projects in um, different offices, and maybe one staff gets called in to help out one of the other offices that they're not used to working with. And so if it's set up for that project folder and everybody's adhering to that, then they're going to already be familiar with that structure. Also, when you transfer data back and forth, maybe you can, if they're not using a live network connection um, from a different office location, it just sort of aids in familiarization or familiarity of how that structure is made. Okay, so we will see how this might be here. And so you can also, once you've created these structures like this, you see this load and save as button. And these are two concepts right here. You're going to see these on nearly every dialog box you see. And that lets you configure something and save it, and then configure it differently and save that. And then you can go back and forth by loading whichever one you saved. And here, right there, it tells you. See, Carlson comes pre-configured with two example structures. CSW for Carlson software and LDT for LAN desktop, uh, different suggested structures. And, we can see that. So basically, if you go over here and you haven't built these yet, you can load CSW, LDT, and it will pre-build all of these and pre-assign the data for those, just as if you'd done those separately. Now, we'll take a look at that when we get over to it. I'm not sure that those things are still there because when that was written, that was a few versions back, but we'll take a look. All right. And also, if you only use this drawing folder, and that's all you're interested in using, you don't need to worry about this other, there is a little trick that I'll show you that you can use this project folder temporarily without changing the software to help you find out what particular files are a given file type that you see. Maybe you'll see a file that has an extension of .dta. Well, what does that stand for? So that we'll be able to find out what that is. Okay, so now there is also from that data structure, here's that next sort of internal step is we're going to assign these data files, and you can see the types. Here's a .cl. It's a center line. And we're telling it it's going to go in this folder. And I pull down this arrow, and that gets me back to that little list of folders that you saw. And there it is as alginaments and profiles. That's where I'm going to put my CL files. I'm going to put my CRD files in. It's also under data in a file called, or a folder called points. Okay, so these are pull down fields that reference this right here. Okay, and you can get back and forth to them from this edit subfolders, etc. You can back and forth, and you can assign them to various categories, like if it's civil, if it's general, if it's that just sort of filters out this list of data types. And if you look, if you scroll that down, you'll see there's, I don't know, 270 some different file types that Carlson software has that you can assign. Notice you don't have to assign every single one. You just assign the ones you're interested in assigning. And you can do that on the fly as you go. Okay. So we'll take a look at that. Now, the next business, let's see, we talked about all these different things in the menus and these settings. And this will be where we sort of get into that stuff. So what's going to happen? We're going to jump over into our software here now, start looking at a couple of these concepts, particularly that folder concept of organizing the data. But before we get into this overall big bulky settings section, we're going to take our mid-morning break at 10:30. And I'm going to recommend during that break that you do get yourself a cup of coffee or a can of Coke or whatever your favorite stay awake method might be. Because we're going to come back and talk about settings, and my God, it's just boring. I'll just have to tell you that. Um, it's exciting in the sense if you're excited by new discovery and new learning, perhaps. A lot of these are going to be, oh yeah, that makes sense type of moments. There will be the occasional aha moment. So look for those and we'll come back. So I'll apologize before we get into that. And that'll probably take us through into lunchtime and then we'll be ready to start uh, really putting a lot of this to work. Okay. So let's look first. I'm going to go over here and start start things up. I'll go to Carlson. Again, I'm going to use my 2025. I'll use IntelliCAD and load things up here. So now I'll switch back and forth to different ones. Chris, if we need to, I can show you the IntelliCAD or the AutoCAD interface as well. Now, in both versions, you're going to possibly be presented with this opening screen. It's called our start page. I'm not sure if the AutoCAD version does that automatically out of the box. You may have to enable that, and that's just a setting. And really, there's no need that you have this, but it's a nice little front end, if you will. And you got your typical commands: new, open, drawings based on a map. So if you've got a bunch of files that are, in fact, let me go to that. Let's see, open drawing. Let's see. Let me go back to the, I'll go over to this project at Middlesex. That's 9 things. So let me see. I wanted to see if they had any. Yeah, they didn't. But if I opened up this drawing file, that's not exactly what I was going for. I wanted to be on this start page where there's drawings map. Have they changed this? Huh. I think I hit open files instead of drawings map. I'm trying to get that. I don't see this working right now. Um, anyway, what's supposed to happen in that regard is it's going to pop up basically an internet interactive map that you can scroll around in, and you will see all of your drawing files that are coded to a specific coordinate, like state plane coordinate locations. You would see where those R on that map, and then you could then choose from that drawing. I don't know why it's not popping up here, but anyway. Because if I go to open files, yeah, see that goes right straight back to open files. So anyway, then you're going to see a bunch of your little recent files here. You can pin them if you want them to stay there. Otherwise, they'll scroll on and off the list based on time. You can look at them in this icon and descriptor fashion or just in list view with this button down at the bottom. You know, this typical interface that you can see. But over here, some nice little things. You've got access to Carlson support, your academy, your knowledge base, send feedback, and then you can turn this off with this little switch here. But on the right hand side, you've got various news articles, which are good, and you got this tip of the day. So use that as you will. So what we're going to do is from here, we're just going to choose a new drawing, and whatever you get up at this stage, just hit next. This is starting me off with a drawing template, and we're going to go there, and I'm going to, whenever I'm going to get into my CAD interface here, I'm still in this wizard. We're going to leave that alone for now. I'm just going to say exit. And when this does that, it comes up and it says, okay, I'm staying with this drawing1.dwg name. All right, so disregard anything else. We will come back to that drawing wizard a little bit later. But whatever I want you to have, I want you to see is your drawing area. You've got your graphics area, various toolbars, maybe a ribbon, this little drawing cube up here in the upper right corner that lets you change your perspective, your views on the drawing. And then you've got various menus across the top. Okay. So what I want you to look first at is under settings. Let's choose this set project data folders. Okay. And this is, um, yeah, this is, oh, wait. Oh, yeah, right here. So where we are now is right here, this setting up these folders. There's my project folder, my drawing folder, my fixed folder. Now, Chris, yours may not go as wide as this. You may have this settings folder tucked underneath the bottom over here, which is the way it used to be. I'm not sure when they changed that. But regardless, here's our different three choices. We can use a project folder, a drawing folder, or this fixed folder. So right now, this is where I have it set to my drawing folder. I've got Carlson projects, blah, blah, blah. I can reassign the actual data folders to a different one, even though I'm using this drawing folder, all kinds of different things. So let's switch temporarily to this project folder type. Okay. So if that's going to be my type, I can then have two buttons that now become active. You see, if I'm over here, they're gray. I choose project types, they're now active. So let's look first at the project subfolders setup. This is what is going to allow me to assign data files to these various folders. So you see, I have a set of folders already defined here. I've got, basically, if I close down, I basically have under my folder called project, I want you to make three other folders, one called data, one called drawing files, and one called other. And then I'm also going to have a program settings somewhere else. Okay, and then if I open up other, see, I'm going to have contract information. I've got deliverables. I've got point clouds. I got PDFs. Under data, I've got alignments and profiles. This time spelled correctly. I've got deed information, mining stuff. I've got one called points, and I've got two different folders under points, one for deed points, one for field points. I've got under data still another one called surfaces. Okay. Now I'm going to save as, and I'm going to put that here as my 2025 project data files. settings, just so I can do it. I want to see if they've still got it. So if I load, yeah, there's that CSW. So using Carlson software, if I choose that, see, these are the ones that they recommended for that. If I load LDT, now these are the ones, and I think they align with, and Frank, it's been so long, I can't tell you, but that is a typical LAN desktop folder structure.
Oh, well, I'm familiar with that one. That looks good to me. I,
Yeah.
I,
So,
if I
yeah,
could use that, that'd be great.
you certainly could. There's no reason you could not. And in fact, once that's done, let's say if we say OK, and you look at your data type subfolders, now here's where the fun part comes in, is you get to assign different things to different folders. Now, I don't know is if I switched, did it, I don't think it switched this assignment. For instance, if I look for my center lines, I've got it in data alignments and profiles, but I don't think that's, yeah, see, that should go in a line. I no longer have the ones that you see here. You see, I don't have, I'm going to save this as also my 2025 subfolder assignment. Assignments. Okay. So now if I load, yeah, the data type. So now if I load LAN desktop, now I've switched to where I've got all of these files here under, and again, these are just the different categories. But if I just look at all, start at the top, I've got a 3D viewer model that just goes in projects, got auto annotate settings. All these settings are going to go where the drawing is. I've got all these settings are going to go into settings, and you can see they're all part of that structure. Oh, I don't see settings. I don't see program settings. Oh, no, you know what? I think that needs, uh, settings is also back on our previous screen, but it's not part of our subfolders. It's a separate one. So I would actually put that, maybe keep that set to settings. But anyway, I don't know why I won't let you change it. But let's see, where do your coordinates typically go in LAN desktop? If I look at my CRD file, which is right here, my coordinate file, in LAN desktop, that would go in typically in a COGO folder, right? Coordinate geometry folder. And so that's how they've got this stuff done. So these are just sort of those two that are pre-built. So again, I'm gonna say,
I had loaded that LDT one. It didn't auto populate. It just put everything into either projects or settings. It didn't go that into that next subdirectory like Kogo and that. Is that something like, yeah,
all right,
everything was all the same.
yeah. So if you go to the project, these match, right?
Uh,
The
they do, yeah, they do now. I had to go load.
the project subfolder setup. So this is where you're where and that's where you did the load LAN desktop and it brought these in.
And then
Okay.
I hit OK.
Yep. And then you go to the data type subfolders, and now you need to also
Yeah, for some reason it didn't populate that. Like if I go back to project subfolders, all those alignments and what you showed me before
yeah.
did populate, but it didn't put like the individual CRD into.
Okay. So then, but then once you choose to get, and you're at this level here, if you choose load and you reload or not, you're not reloading the same file. This is a separate file. It's also called LDT, but this is for my up here. If it's my data type subfolders file, is that correct? If I load that, that should populate those.
Would it be because it's 2026, but it says LDT dot PRF instead of what you just had, like a D.
Ah, oh, it shouldn't be. Let's see.
Go to under project subfolder setup.
Yeah, all right. So that's the subfolder setup, and I go to
You go to
load that,
load.
and
Yours is
that is the PRF. Okay,
mine's a
that's the
PRF.
project folders, PRF, project folders. So that's where you load that one. Okay,
Okay.
and then say okay, and you come back to that and say okay.
Okay.
Now you go to the next button, the data type subfolders. Okay. So this is where you assign the data type into the folders, and here also has a load button.
So
So now
okay,
you load, and now it's an LDT, but it's a DSF file, not a PRF.
got it. All right, that worked out.
Okay, and that assigned them for you?
It did good.
Good, good, good. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. They're two different, they're named the same file name, but the extension is different. And you get, and they're subtle. And you look up here at this top of the dialog box, and it'll tell you what it's looking for. And it also tells you, for instance, you see up here, load data type subfolder file, and it puts in parentheses DSF. That's the allowable extensions for that file. So if you're going to like import a drawing file, you'll see up here, it tells you what it was looking for. Then you'll see in parentheses, DWG, comma, DXF, close parentheses. Or for surfaces, you might see parentheses, TIN, comma, GRD, that sort of stuff. Okay. So it's that, they're little subtle clues, but they're similar to if you choose this browse button, for instance, over here at the bottom right, where you can choose the files of type. And it doesn't really tell you that here, but that's what you're actually doing is setting the file type. Um, and that's what it's telling you up here is the allowable file type. Okay. So that's where you can then do that. And Frank, that might be the most comfortable and the most familiar for you to be able to keep using that structure. So I would say, I would not necessarily recommend you switching to this drawing folder format unless you prefer to. But if you want that comfort level, I would do that. And
I'm
I'm
gonna
going to,
stick with that. That was a big thing about why I'm taking the class.
good deal. All right. So I'm going to switch mine back. Uh, and I never really use these, but I just want to grab them here because I wanted to show you a little something. Here is, let's say you are only using drawing folder, and that's what I typically use. Okay. If I run across a file, I don't know what it is. I can go to this real quickly, go to settings, set project data folder, and I'm going to choose temporarily. I'm going to go away from this drawing folder. I'm just going to switch to project folder. Now you can do this, obviously, Frank, if you stick with this method, it still works. And while that happens, I'm going to go over here and just hit this data type subfolders. And this lists, and I'll stick on this all up here, and I list this a whole bunch of data files. And they are in, if I click on these types up here, they'll sort. Now you see the Z's are at the top now, and I click it again, and it sorts the name of the extension alphabetically. So let's say I see a file out there that's called a CRDB. Well, what is that? Well, I scroll down this list and I find, oh, there it is. And I look over here under my description heading, and I see that's a coordinate file in the SQLite database format. Or let's say I see, what is a PRO file? Maybe I don't know what a PRO file is. I'll just keep scrolling down here and I'll see that a PRO, it doesn't stand for proposed anything, it's an actual profile. Okay. A PRE is a geologic model. So that really has no bearing on my work. That's only in the mining software, and I won't necessarily see that. Or I might have a PDD. What is that? It's a deed file. Okay. So, and that stands for property deed description, by the way. So this is a real handy way. And if you notice, I'll scroll all the way to the bottom. I've got 272 different file types, at least in this release of the software. And I think one that's missing conspicuously is an HIS file. Let me see if I can find it. H. See, see, there is no HIS listed. There's an HC, an HR, HRHS. An HIS file is a valid file. It's a coordinate history file, but they don't show it to you here. So I think the program has just left it out. But in any case, it's a handy way for you to find out what these particular files are doing. Once I find that out, I can hit cancel. I can even hit cancel or just switch it back to drawing folder and hit OK, whatever. And no harm, no foul. And I've gained a little information. Okay. So with that, we only ran 6 minutes past our 10:30 break line, so that's not bad. Sometimes I'm half an hour or 40 minutes past. So we'll go ahead and I'm going to give you your morning break, and we're going to go ahead and take our full 15 minutes. So we'll come back at 15. It'll be about, we'll come back at 8 minutes till the hour. You guys are all on the East Coast, so 8 till 11. And we'll pick things up then. Unless, are there any questions at this point that you need to know? Otherwise,
All good on mine. Thanks.
okay, doke. Great. All right, so I'll see you guys back at 8 minutes till. I'll pause the recording and we'll pick up from there. So we just talked about that um, setting, basically the project file settings that you can do from your settings menu, set the project data folders. That's going to be very helpful, I hope, for Frank to get you into this LDD transition. And you'll see that term, by the way, used intermittently throughout the software documentation uh, or even some of the dialog boxes. You'll see it referred to sometimes as LDD for Land Desktop, some or Land Development Desktop, and sometimes you'll see it referred to as LDT as Land Desktop. Just depends on which program on which programmer on which particular day had the charge of putting in those those pieces of text. They mean the very same thing. And also, Frank, if you haven't stumbled across it yet, I will point out this as well. If you go to the Help menu and choose Carlson Manual, when this pops up, if you look down at the bottom, there's a section called LDT Migration Guide. And if you go to that, you can see that Carlson encompasses all the functionality, blah, blah, blah. Runs the top, and that just tells you evolved from the ServCAD product line, a little history, blah, blah. And then it says, here's your data, file types, and storage. And that shows you what some of these are, like a raw file, coordinate file, etc. Settings. So that sort of shows you how see, Carlson Civil supports creation of point groups similar to Land Desktop and applies in many applications, and that shows you where that is, how you can build that, and that'll be part of our exercise as well. So this sort of takes a look at, these volumetric calculation alignments, profiles, and it discusses in the text here how they compare with the Land Desktop corollary of those particular things.
That's
Okay.
great help. Thank you.
And this one right here, text height. This is one of the big changes that Carlson made separate from the way Land Desktop had. And I think it's actually a better approach. And it's really, you can even forget about it to even keep it in mind. But what it is in Land Desktop, when you do a drawing setup and you set a scale, it builds a set of named text styles like L80, L100, L120, that kind of stuff, which is the old Leroy styles, right? And there's the old using the Leroy setup. So they have fixed text heights assigned to them based on whatever your current horizontal scale is in the drawing. So if you're set to a scale of 100 and in Land Desktop, if you set your drawing scale to 1 inch equals 100 feet, it builds this preset list of text styles. And let's focus on, say, L80, which is in Leroy terms, that's an 8 hundredths of an inch high. So at 1 inch equals 100 feet scale, it sets that textile to be 8 drawing units tall, or not, or 0.8 drawing units tall. Is that right? Am I doing the math right? Uh, no. 0.08 feet. Yeah, 0.08 feet tall on the ground. Now, and then if you change the scale of your drawing to be 1 inch equals 50, it recreates all of those text styles again on the fly and makes them, it would reset L80 to be 0.04 units tall at 1 inch equals 50 feet. So Carlson's approach, however, is to define the text styles and leave them defined with 0 text height so that so when you issue a command to the CAD system to draw a piece of text, it would ask you for a height. If you're using a style that has a fixed height already assigned to it, like a land desktop, it doesn't ask you for that prompt. It knows which one to use. So what happens in Carlson, because they made them 0, AutoCAD's expecting to have the text height supplied to it. So Carlson supplies that value to it. So in Carlson, when I set my scale to be 1 inch equals 100 feet, when the dialog box concludes and the AutoCAD is communicating with Carlson, it's asking that question, what height text? And Carlson answers back 0.08. If I set it to be if I set my scale to be 1 inch equals 50 feet, then when I draw a piece of text as part of my command, you may be annotating or something, then Carlson answers the question as 0.04 and sends that back to the CAD engine. So it's just a different way of doing it. Now, the results are different. The results behave differently in this sense, is that when you, in Land Desktop, if you change the scale of the drawing, and it redefines the text styles. And then if you do a regen, sometimes you might have regen auto is turned on, so you don't have to manually issue the regeneration. But regardless, it's going to resize that particular piece of text that already exists. Okay. In Carlson, however, if you change the scale, all of those things that were drawn with the previous setting, they stay that size unless you were to go and select that text and change its height. But it's sort of the text height number that it gives to the CAD system in Carlson means for this command and others to follow. In Land Desktop, it will readjust it. It's sort of an early version of using annotative text scaling. And that's why Carlson doesn't do it, because they rely on you. If you want that to happen, to be automatically resized, then your text style definitions need to be made annotative. Okay, just sort of a different approach. That difference suits me better than the other way where they kept redefining the text styles. So it's just a slight difference to try to get used to. Okay. But then once you're in Carlson, you then have commands like under edit text, and there's somewhere down in here, there's a change text size right there where you can do it. And if you choose that, well, let's just do a particular piece of text. And if I pick right here, and I just take that 1.6, and I'll call this Oh, sorry. Unit, crap. Hold on a second. D-text. I'll go here. We'll take that height, that angle. Try it one more time. Here, height, angle, east. Now, test text at 0.6 drawing units. All right, so there it is. And that was just using a piece of text. It has a style of standard, which in my standard text style is, if I go to this lovely little Explorer and I look for my text styles, standard is defined as a height of 0. So it will, that's why it asked me for those units. Now, why 1.6 drawing units? Because in my settings, in drawing setup, where I've set my scale to be 1 inch equals 20 feet, if I want my plotted text to be 0.08 of a foot tall, it computes to be in 1.6 drawing units. So now if I change this text now, or this scale now to be 1 inch equals 10 feet, then it automatically changes that to be 0.8 units tall. And so if I then do another text, click here, now it's not the right one. I need a command that, just draw a line here real quick, and then annotate that. So if I annotate that line, it's going to be somewhere here. I've said to be 0.08 units tall when I plot it. So then when I choose this, auto annotate rather, if I choose this, then there it is. And if I look at that text, that's 0.08 units tall. It is annotated because my style was defined to be annotative. And then if I were to change my drawing scale back to be 40, and then do a region, this is now, no, yeah, so it didn't automatically, but if I re-annotate that line, you'll see it's made it bigger. So now it's still 0.08 paper text size, but at 1 inch equals 40 feet, it's changed it so that when I plot that at that scale, because I told it that 0.08, when it generated the text, it creates that for us. Now, the fact that it is annotative should, if I choose, see, I'm changing the annotation scaling down here. Let's put it to 100 scale. Back to 40, back to 20, because that's an annotative style. But now the separation off of here stays constant, and you can just move it around. You don't, it's not static text. It's not, get the right thing here so I can scoot this up. But then if I re-annotate that, it will still use that, whatever that annotation is set to. Now, my annotation setting down here is set to 1 inch equals 20 feet. My drawing setup, my scale is 1 inch equals 40 feet. So if I change that to be 50 feet and say, okay, see how that's changing? Because it's linking this. So if I change it here, it doesn't change. I'll go back to 30 scale. Well, yeah, you see there it changes. So go back to 50. And so now, but if I come up here and change my drawing setup to be, let's make it 100 this time. Keep your eye on the text now, and down here it's now set to 1 inch equals 100. If I set that now to 200, and let's make it something that we can see better. Let's make it 10. That should have fixed that. I guess I have to re-trigger that. But at least it does change that scale for me. So now back to 10, put it back to 50, back to 20. All right, so Carlson's use of that difference in the way it treats text means it's not redefining this style, which was called standard. If I had used one called L80 or L100 or whatever that LDT creates, or LDD, then that style would be non-annotative, but it recreates the style at the height that L120 or L80 or whatever says it's supposed to be at that scale, and these automatically adjust. So just sort of keep your eye on that. And if you change the scale of your drawing with your drawing setup, if I change that to 20, then this doesn't necessarily change automatically. It should, but even on a regen, it's not. I'm having to go back here and choose it. I know it does work. That does work over in paper space if I've got a layout set to a particular annotation scale. Look at that size compared to that size, and then if I set it to be 20, maybe 100, let's make it 50. Why did it go for 100? Is it not showing? You know why it's not going for 100? There's 200. Is 100's not in my scale list back in model space for that text, I don't think. Let me see. If I look at my annotation scales. Yeah, see, 100's not in there till I choose it. Or if I add that one. So then now, I go back here and set that. Yeah, see, now the 100 will display. And of course, you know, at different sizes, you can put them at different positions and it changed. Like if I, at 200, if I wanted this to be up like this at 200 scale. And then if I lost my switch back to model space here. Right, there we go. So now if I select that and switch that from that to, well, I've moved it around. All right, so now it's centered. There's 50, and then at 100, and then at 200, you're going to see the distance. See how went up above at that time, because at that scale, I positioned it independently, so it remembers where it goes to at that 200 annotation scale. But anyway, that's just sort of the difference in how that works, and you sort of need to keep your eye on how these texts change, and you can always do something like this. Now I'm at a drawing setup of 20 scale, and let's say I change my drawing setup to be 40 scale. And if that doesn't automatically, it does because that is in that list of availables right here. So as long as it's in that list of availables, it will rescale. If it should not, and you wanted to change it, it's simple. You would just go to edit text and you would say, change text size. So let's change these two pieces of text. It says enter a new size. Now that's asking you for the drawing unit size. That's just a standard. That's the very same thing as if you had selected this text and come over to properties and you set this value right here of 3.2. But because it's annotative, it's not going to ask you that or even let you change it. It's going to let you change the paper text height. If I want that to be an eighth of an inch, set to 0.125. So there now is that text at that size. All right, so you can do that a number of ways, and that's how that behaves. And that's what the difference in the way it treats text. But again, back to Carlson, LDT, there's your settings, some survey settings, pipes, lots, text height, all of the different corollaries as to how the two programs differ. And that's a really nice little guide that shows you how to do that. There's also this, if you're into, like you said, you had written some Lisp functions, it shows you how these programming interfaces behave in, say, it's not a complete programming guide, but it gives you some, lat long and grid projections. There's an API that you use and you can call these different functions, etc. like that. So it's a resource a lot of people overlook, but keep that in mind. Okay. Now,
Thanks. Yeah, I didn't know about any of those. That's great.
oh, good. All right. So, yeah, I'm a big believer in the help system and Google. Okay. So a lot of times, you can go to Google and ask it how, and you say Carlson software, change text height, and it'll link you to a lot of different articles and how
That's
to.
exactly what I'm doing. That's how I'm poking around it.
Yeah. So and that's quite often useful because you'll see a lot of input from other users that way as well. So it's a good little interface. Now, let's talk about a couple of things in our main settings. Let's look under settings and let's look under Carlson configure, the third one down. And this is going to bring this guy up, and he's going to be of all of the settings basically at the top level down. Notice there's load and save buttons. So you can save this out. Let's say you configure everything the way you like it. You got it running on all cylinders. And then you get a job for PennDOT and they say, well, we want existing text to be italic on this layer. We want proposed text to be vertical on these layers. And so you have to go through and change all that stuff. Well, what you do is you're going to save this, put it aside in your settings folder, and then you're going to make some changes, and not even changes here. You might even make changes. Let's say we're down to this annotation and we look at these annotation defaults for distance. We're going to be distance. We're going to put the layers on the layer for that text is going to be this one called decalls, which doesn't exist yet. It makes it on the fly, whatever we tell it if it doesn't exist. What style to use, what size, how many decimals, things like that. So whatever settings we make here, you can also save and load at this level, but you don't have to do it there. You could, once you get everything working again the way you like it for PennDOT, you could go to your Carlson configure, and then just do a save as, and that saves all. In fact, if I do this, let's just call this one 2025 global. Now notice what happens when it comes up here and finishes. It saved 98,870 settings. So that's how many settings of all the dialog boxes from the top level down that it finds, and it's saved all those in that. And I could just load it and reload the whole thing globally. Okay. So that's something, is get comfortable with those save and load buttons. They'll be very helpful. And like a lot of times when you're doing something, for instance, if let's go to say I'm in the civil menu. I'll switch to survey now just so we have it. If I look under center line and I station polyline a center line, if I'm going to station a polyline or a center line, I can fill out all these different things. And it's like how big the text is, whether I label PCs and PTs along the little radial lines, or if I just put it perpendicular to the alignment or parallel to the alignment, all kinds of different things. And you can try this out, run the command, that's not what I like, run the command again, and it will come back here and you have this little switch right here that says erase previous labels. So if you do that, it can erase those old ones and recreate them at whatever new settings. You get it like you like it, save those settings off, and then when you come back and run this command, you want to go back to those, you can load those settings. Okay. Otherwise, you're back into tweaking, change a value, see what it looks like, change a value, see what it looks like until you get it right. So that's the functionality of those load and save buttons, make them useful for you. Now, one of the settings, we'll go back to settings, Carlson configure. Under general settings, the first one we want to talk about here is this use startup wizard. And this is the, excuse me, this is the only place where you can turn this on if you have managed to turn it off previously and you would like to start using it. I do like to use it because it enforces a certain discipline in setting up where my drawing is going to go and that sort of stuff. Now, that will, like when I create a new drawing, that presets that location. But when I use the wizard to do it, it also, you'll see when we come back into this with a new one. And so that's the one where you can turn this back on. Okay, so we'll go ahead and check that on if you'd like to see it. If you don't have it on, choose OK and exit. And then let's go to either File, New. And if we do that, you're going to get a drawing from scratch or create a drawing based on a template. And now in IntelliCAD, you've got these two version options because it can work with a DGN file, a microstation file directly. It doesn't even have to be a DWG file. Some slight differences. So we typically will work with DWGs. And then do I want to create that using my existing templates that I have saved off somewhere? Or do I want to use an advanced setup, which will allow me to take my settings from other settings? So typically we'll start with a template. If I choose next, now again, I'm all part of this wizard now. And so now my template name, and this is where I pull down and choose a particular template that I want to use that presets a number of things for me. It can preset a scale. It can preset a list of layers and layer definitions, like what color and line type, line style, line weights, things like that. It can hold variables like view res is one, and line type generation, polyline generation settings that are drawing specific, but I always like to use them in a particular state. So I usually, in my drawing templates, I will choose those variables and set them the way I like them. So these is basically just a way to get things started. So if I were to choose, say the National CAD Standards for Survey, for instance, and choose finish, it's going to step me into the next part of my wizard. Now, here's where I like this because it makes me give it a name. And right now it's going to go in Carlson projects. But if I choose the set button, I can navigate to a different folder. Let me go put it in our folder and into data sets. And I might call this one class example 1. Okay. Now, if I have not done that yet, let's say I clear all that out and it's just blank. And this is what happens. I'll get this up, I'll start it, and I'll say, okay, I'm going to change my scale to a 40 scale. That changes all this. I'm going to keep my plot symbols to be 1/10 of an inch. So anytime you see that word plot size for symbols and text, or you might see scalar size or plot scalar size, that think to yourself, that's plotted inches at this scale. Okay, so I never change this. I always want my symbols to be 1/10 of an inch, and I always want my text to be 8/100 of an inch. Now that could be, if like for PennDOT, they all have to be 1/8 of an inch. That's the smallest text they'll accept. So I would make that, 0.125 instead of 0.08. This 0.08 corresponds to like a Leroy 80 size. It's 8/100 of an inch tall and not 1/8 of an inch tall. So, if I never bother changing these really, and this number changes these numbers over here as to what it supplies AutoCAD or IntelliCAD in the background. So that would be, I set that up, and let's say maybe I'm going to put this in a projection, a coordinate system, and I have either none, just using arbitrary like 5,000, 5,000, or state plane 27 and UTM are sort of predefined and static. If I choose UTM, for instance, I then pick my zone, which for us is 17 here in Pittsburgh, or if I had state plane 27, then these are all the state plane definitions. I would come down here and find, my Pennsylvania. Well, obviously I went past it, element O, PA South. Okay, so that's in state plane 27. But what about state plane 83, which is what we typically would use? That's not here. That has to be this predefined or user defined. Now, Chris, yours may, I'm not sure when they switched this, yours may have state plane 83 already listed, in which case you would choose that and choose over here into your zone. Now, since I don't have it, I have to use this predefined or user defined, and I have a list of available ones here that I can use. And if I don't see it, for instance, if I have this set like this, can I do more than one? No, I can't. Let's say Alabama, I can remove. Let me. So with this thing, okay, so this is all empty. So I don't have anything here in my list, but I can add a predefined. Now, this is where you get the whole country or even different parts of the world. So I'm going to choose USA, and I don't see anything county-wise here for New York or Connecticut. So I think we're okay to stay with the USA. And then now you can just search. I'm going to search for, say, Pennsylvania. Now, here are all the different Pennsylvanias available, including those NAT 87s that you saw in this other pre-down. But I may just choose, this particular one, PA North, or NAT 83 with the 1986 readjustment, and I'm going to choose OK, and that adds to my list. I'll add another one, Pennsylvania, and there's the South. All right, so there's a 286, but, we can also choose, and it would be nice if they'd let you choose more than one at a shot here. I would like to choose both of those, but there's Pennsylvania North with the 2011 readjustment. Same thing here. Pennsylvania South. And then finally, I would add the HARN, which is the High Accuracy Reference Network adjustment. So that's now in my list of availables. So now here I would say, choose it to be this, and then I would choose my defined projection, and I would choose the one I want. Let's say this 2011 PA South. Okay. So that lets you set those up. And in the, prior to where they switched to this format, Chris, yours may already have state plane 83, in which case you would just follow those same things like you did for the 27. These items here, project name, job number, and location, they're just text descriptors that show up as headings in your reports or your listings that you run. They really do nothing more than that. And right here is this little button that says, skip this wizard next time. And if you do that, but would like to go back to it, then you have to go back to that top level general settings and turn it on. Okay, so now keep in mind, I've got this drawing file name empty right now. I jumped down here and started getting excited and filled everything out and I hit next and it goes, oh, wait, you're missing a drawing name. That's part of that discipline that it enforces that I like. So now I'll go back to set and I'll go to my folder. Now notice over here, I've got a window of subfolders underneath this folder, Carlson Projects. I've also got a list of recent ones I've been in. But under Carlson Projects, I have subfolders here. So if I choose hours and double click it, there's now current folder files. There's nothing in there in terms of DWG files here, or I could just give it a name and it would go there. But I also have a subfolder in that location called datasets for fundamentals class. If I go there, now you see I've got some things already there, like civil demo example 1. And I'm going to now change this instead to be that class example 1. I don't have to put the DWG. You look up here and it's already got a DWG extension. And so now I'll say open, and that's going to fill that out. Conversely, if you hit this set button, and over here was this subfolder, you can find your way around different folders. And double click, and now, so if you don't like using this particular interface, now I happen to prefer it because you can set all like previous, you can set preferences and favorites. It also shows you a list of recent files, regardless of what folder they are in. So you can see there's one in the Middlesex training. Here's some for 3D machine control training. So that shows you a list of recent files with size and date and all that kind of stuff. And up in this box, it shows you the current folder files, the things that are currently in that file. So I like that. But if you don't like it and you want to use the familiar windows, just hit the browse button. And that takes you out into typical windows where you can save as type. You see DWG is the only kind of type. You fill out the name. You navigate to a particular folder. In which case, if we look at that, it's going to be down here in Carlson Figures, Fundamentals Training, Data Sets for Fundamentals. Right there it is up there. So that you can always get to the same way, just hitting the browse button if you don't like this interface. But I like it. It also does things like if I'm looking for surfaces or alignments, I'll see a little graphic preview. So it sort of gives me an idea that I'm on the right file that I want to choose. So I'll say class example 1, I hit open. And now when I hit next, it's going to go to the next part of the wizard, which says, all right, start up wizard data files. It tells me what my data path is. That's my data sets for fundamentals class. My coordinate file. Now here's where, let me see, what can I say about this? First of all, I want you to understand that you can work on a file in Carlson without ever having used a coordinate file. You can have it be completely, non-linked and non-related. However, since we so often do, it's going to offer, as part of this wizard, a coordinate file of the same name as the drawing file, which you see here, and a CRD extension. Or I could hit set and point it to a different file that already exists, perhaps. Or if it's, see, I've got these two different tabs. And so if I say new, and if I were to choose this one, it's going to overwrite that file with an empty file. So I want to make sure I'm on existing if my intent is to switch to one that already exists. All right, so I'll leave that set as my class example one coordinate file. It will be empty, but it allows me, as part of this wizard, to import points directly into this. Now, everything I can do in the wizard, I can do with individual commands. So I can import points on the points menu from a different command. Right now, I'll say no import, and I'll just say next, and that should conclude my wizard. And now I'm dumped into this drawing. I have nothing showing in it, but what has come out, if I look at my layers, and I chose that layers control, resize some of this a little bit here. I've got a list of layers here that have, um, they've been pre-built with the National CAD standard naming convention, G meaning general, V meaning survey, because I was in the National CAD standards for survey. If I had chosen survey and civil, you would have seen a series of C dash folder names for civil, V for survey. And the reason it's not S for survey, by the way, in your National CAD standards, S, the structural engineers were in line before the surveyors, so they got the S. So V stands for survey, C for civil, A for architecture. You'll get M for mechanical, there's your plumbing stuff. So you'll see those different type layer names, and you'll see different colors, line weights, line styles, although I think these are all set to continue. There's one, center line for a V road center. It's going to use the center line type. There's some others, the Stackade 2, which is really supposed to be stockade, but still. Barbed wire, chain link. So you can assign those and make that, and that is part of that drawing template, which is nothing more than a drawing file, but it has a DWT extension on it instead of DWG, and it's saved in a particular location that it looks for when it's looking for a template. Okay. So let's say you've got a project, a drawing file that you've loaded up and saved that was just perfect for your needs. You had your layers all set, your line styles, you had your variables all set. And even if you had something like, I'm going to go ahead and open another file here. Let's see if I've got it handy. Let's look here under consulting. Projects, let's see. Say this Johnson Pharmacy working, and they had a lot of drawings. Yeah, I don't see anything under there. Let's just look for working. So if I had, let's see, for all right, so let's say I open this file. Okay, now, This is a particular file, and I'll stick with that NAT83, 86. So this is the file, and notice I've got all these different layout tabs. I really should be looking at that. Shouldn't have been black, should be gray. So, if you pre-built a bunch of stuff, you got notes, you've got layouts, and you got title blocks, you could actually go out here and, like, let's say maybe you selected everything and you just erased it all out of your drawing, and you got rid of, say, S100 to C802, and if I just deleted those, so I now have a title block in ANSI D size, I've got an architect D size, I've got the title information. Maybe that's all you want. You would come back over here and then you would just simply say save as, and you would change down here your type. Instead of drawing type, you would look for, oh, sorry, not file name, but drawing type. Instead of a DWG, you want this to be a DWT, a drawing template. And then you give it a name. Of course, you need to point it to the right location where the drawing templates live. And then, so if I were to do that, it's going to go under users. And I'll show you where this is in a minute here. Data roaming, Carlson software. Carlson, I'm in 2025. iCAD. Support. I don't think, do I have templates? Look under user. It's just under templates. It might just be in that level. I think that is. So I'll go here. And then I'm going to call this my civil layout as a template. I'll save that. And now it's done as a template. All right, so I'll close this off. And I'll close that one. So now if I do start a new drawing from a template, I'll choose next. I want to choose now that civil layout right there and choose finish. And now I'll give this, it's going to go through the wizard. I'd give it a name, tell it the coordinate file, but let's just go ahead and exit to show you what I was pointing to. So now I have, as part of this drawing, this list of layers that I had in that other file. I've got these title blocks and such and the title information already available for me to make my setup. And I can go back to my twist screen, just restore due north. Grid's fine. All right, so now I'm back here. I've got variables set, like my view res is set to 20,000. I've got my P line gen is on. So a couple things that stick with drawings that I like to have preset, I've pre-done here. And so now with a brand new file, I've got all that stuff preset. That's what those templates are for, okay? And those drawing templates are stored. If I go into settings and look at IntelliCAD options, or you can just right, if you're in AutoCAD, Chris, I think you can right click and down at the bottom, there's a thing called options that will do the same thing, or you might have AutoCAD options. And you can see in this dialog under paths and files, this is where that template paths, and you can have more than one, but right now it's pointing to that support folder. So you could, as long as you have this defined and you know where that is, that's where those templates need to go so that it finds them when you start up. Okay. So anyway, just a little bit of some things getting started. I'm going to close that off and not save it. Just wanted to illustrate how you can use templates to really pre-build a whole bunch of stuff that you're always doing. So if you're always finding yourself having to, come over here to layout, and then let's say if I would have to, let's say I had a file, I'm going to open another file and I'm going to go back to that last location. I'm going to go up a level, up a level. Let's do Senate engineering. Let's go to the Totteridge folder. I don't see anything in those folders. Let's try Bill Griffith working. All right, here's a file then. Limits. All right, so let's say this had a bunch of things in it, settings, layers, and variables and such I wanted to use in my file. So I go over here, look at this file. See, it's got a different set of layers. Okay. So one thing that I can do is when I'm wanting to get something from one of those other drawings, this is much like setting up a template. I can open the other drawing, make sure it's open, and then I can choose this button on the toolbar. Now this toolbar is I'm sorry, not that one. Yeah, it's this button. The toolbar is called Entity Properties. Okay, so but what that is, layer control. That's also available down here under View, Layer Control. And that brings this up. Now in AutoCAD, what this brings up is the layers command, and it brings up that layers palette. Okay, but that's all it does. But look at what you're seeing here. This says Explorer up here at the top. And right now it's looking at layers because it is sitting on layers because I chose layer control. But I've also got blocks, dimension styles, layer states, layers, layouts. Right now I've just got this layout one, that's paper space stuff. Line types, these are my loaded line types. But let's say I had a line type in the other file that I wanted and I wanted it in mine. Notice right here, on this side, I've got a list of all the files that are open. So this is my current file. This is that other file. So let's look at the line types available there. I've got a whole bunch of different ones. So if I want to transfer, let's see that gas line. If I look at line types here, I don't have that gas line. So if I needed that, I would come down here and find line types, take gas line. Let's maybe find a couple of others. Here's a pipeline location border. Let me see if anything else. Here's two contour layers, contour line types. So I select the ones that I want, and I'm going to drag and drop them onto the same category over here. So right there in line types, that's my file. I chose these from this file. I'm going to drop them onto line types. And so now when I come back and look at line types, I now have that gas line and those two contour layers, which there's contour and contour 2. Okay, you can do the same thing with all of these different categories. I've got down here layouts. Well, that's in this class example 1 layouts. Where am I? Layouts. In this open file, oh, I didn't have any particular ones. But if I add another file, let's go back and let's open that drawing template. And so now I've got here in my Explorer, I've got mine, the new one I've got open, and there's that drawing template. So I look at layouts. So I've got these 3 layouts, and I want to put them in my drawing. I just drag them over here to layouts. And now let me just close this off. I'm done with that once it transfers. And I could even close these drawings off. And I look at my layouts down here, and I now have my original, and there's my title block, my architectural title block, and my title page where I can edit those different functions. Okay, so, and I've got, there's my PE seal, my signature. I can turn the frames off. I'm not finding that particular file right there. So I could save path. Let me set that path. Let me find that. Oops. Just get resources. I think it was that one. Yeah, there we go. And then I would type frames. Oops, not frames, but image frame. Turn them off. And there you see, I'm ready to go with my preset layouts, and I would fill out the different things over here that changed for a specific drawing. So that's a real great example of using this layers control under the edit menu and let you change all those different things about it. Now, in the AutoCAD version, Chris, I'm going to put this down and I'm going to go back and run this one and show you the corollary that you have that you can do all that with. And I'm just going to open up a previous file here just to get something started. Okay, so now here in this, in the way I've got my AutoCAD configured, when I go to view and choose layer control, the same command that brought up that Explorer, this brings up my layers list. Okay, and that's all it is layer properties manager. Okay, that's a specific palette. And I usually keep it docked over here on the side. There it is. And when I hover the mouse over the strip, it flies open and I can change all those layers. But I can't do all that transfer stuff. That's another palette, and that's a thing called Design Center. And you can type Design Center or just type AD Center. Okay, and that brings this typical thing up, and I can do the same thing if I had those other drawings open. So if I open, say, this drawing, so I got that same type of thing. So now I can do things like line types, and I can change the view to be, by different icons or list or whatever, and that was my details. Let's see. I don't have any line types defined. Let's see, text styles. Yeah, I've got a text style here. One's called engineering regular, one's called p-text. So I can select the ones I want. They're not available in my drawing. Now, instead of drawing these, dropping them here, what you do is you sit in the file that you're working on. This was the file that I was in. And then you go down here under this open tab, open drawings tab, find that, open it up, select the things you want. There they are. And then you drag and drop them into the drawing, not onto the thing over here. Okay. So the one nicer thing about this is you can not only use open drawings, but you don't even have to open the drawing. You can just go to folders and navigate and find a drawing. And what folder am I in? Some auto enablers. Don't think there's any. Let's just look under Carlson projects here. Let's do a Latrobe. There's a Latrobe GIS test. So now there's that drawing. It's under folder. I didn't even have to open that. And I can take this text styles, for instance. Let's look at my text styles. Same ones. Well, there's mono. I could take that and put them over there. Line types. Oh, all kinds of them. Let's look at that by list. There's my arrow, barbed wire. Let's just select, a bunch of them. We'll drag and drop into my drawing here. All right, so that's that design center or ad center. And now if I look at that, under my layer definitions, if I look at my line type, I can change that to, there's all of those line types that I just dropped in from that other file. If I look at my style for text, I'm going to go to draw text and set style, or just type the word style. And now there's that mono, p-text, and engineering regular that were different types of things that I got from those other drawings and brought into this drawing. So you have that same capability, you just have to go about it a slightly different way, okay? So, but the IntelliCAD version is all contained in that view, layer control, or the toolbar from up above. And we would say layers, text out, even you have XREFs where you can, at this point, see there, you see those different XREFs that were part of those title sheets. There's my signature, there's that call before you dig, there's the one call level spreader design was an XREF. It's now unreferenced. I'd have to go back and reload it. So there's different things, and you can control all of that here the very same way you can do with the XREF monitor or the XREF dialog box, XREF palette, the typical way we would normally do an external reference. Okay, so all of that works the same. IntelliCAD gives you that little bit of extra capability, I think, in that one interface. Okay, and that came from this particular title bar or toolbar here, which is if I hover over those little dots, it tells me the name of the title or name of the toolbar, the entity properties. Up here's a toolbar called layers. Okay, and so the ones that I have out, if you want to see where what those are, in IntelliCAD, you're going to do it one way. Let me pop back over here to AutoCAD. And if I set here, yeah, okay, so I can do it here as well. As long as you have a toolbar of some type showing here in the AutoCAD version, if you go to any of the gray non-occupied space and right click, you have a list of AutoCAD toolbars, Carlson toolbars. I've got Express tools loaded, so that's where those will come from. So I can choose from those types, okay? Under my IntelliCAD version, I do the same thing, and I've got some additional commands that I can turn on tool palettes, and those are things like these if you want to use them. I don't particularly use those for anything, so I'll turn them back off. But you can switch to the ribbon interface, and there's now that ribbon interface that I was telling you about earlier. I don't typically like to use it, so I'm going to switch back to menu bar just because I save that much space on my screen. And now I can turn on and off different menus and different toolbars. And now there's Carlson toolbars. GC survey toolbars. These are if you're using the old Cowherd or CG survey rather, the old Cowherd and Goodman. IntelliCAD, and then IntelliCAD if you're using a DGN file, different toolbars that are available, and they'll come out. You can dock them at the top, on the sides, etc. Now, the ones that I have active myself, you can also do this from the settings menu, and there's this toolbar setup. And that will bring up the same type of thing, but it's a dialog that lets you go through here and click on and off instead of doing them one at a time with that pull right. You can set them here. Now there's different categories at the top, the same things you saw before: Carlson, Carlson DGN, CG Survey, ICAD, and ICAD DGN. So if I'm looking at, these are the Carlson toolbars that I have displayed, and they're displayed somewhere, doesn't tell me where. They could be floating, or I could have them docked, which I do. And so the ones that I have is this Carlson menus. And that particular one is this third one down horizontally from the top on the left. That lets me switch between the different Carlson modules. That's also available on the settings menu. You pull that down, choose Carlson menus, pull right, and you can choose. I also have then draw, which is this vertical one on the left of my screen, but the right vertical one. This one over here is also called draw, but that's the IntelliCAD draw toolbar. This is the Carlson draw toolbar. Some slight different things that it can give you that you don't have one on the other. I have entity properties, and that was the one that I pulled down that layer setting and chose all those different things to transfer. And that's where you set things like what layer you're on, what color to use, what line type, what line weight. Or you can just, like I said, choose that settings button and switch them there as well. The leftmost button in that toolbar is one called MOLC, which stands for Make Object Layer Current. So if you want to sit on a particular layer that something already drawn is sitting on, instead of looking at it, finding the layer, and then manually changing to that layer, you can just run that command and click that entity, and it sets that layer for you. All right, and then below, I've got grading, which some of you guys might not use, but if you're using civil and doing a lot of site design and grading stuff, there's some tools there that are mostly available from the 3D data menu. Inquiry, which is this far right one, or horizontally at the top, that lets you do some inquiry on things in the drawing. And the one that I use out of that toolbar more than anything else is that standard distance. I don't really use these other ones all that much. They're there. I could customize the toolbar and maybe fix all that, but I'm just too lazy to get into customization. So I'm just going to leave it there. And then I have, let's see, what else do I have from Carlson? I've got layers. Now there's also an IntelliCAD layers toolbar or an AutoCAD layers toolbar, and it's similar, but not exactly the same. Carlson's has these tools, and they're the ones you see right here. It's the second from the left on the top line. And that's where I can isolate and restore a layer. I can freeze a layer either by just picking it, or I can pre-select and then hit the go button and it will freeze those. Then this is to thaw back the ones you just froze. And then I've got this neat little command here, the pencil eraser on a stack of different colored layers. That's called erase by layer. Now by command, that's available on the edit menu under edit, erase by layer. And it is such a useful command, and it's nice that it's in that layers toolbar, so we get used to where that happens to be. And then you've got some various other functionalities, and you can turn on and off. You can isolate and restore different features, again, available on the view menu. Okay, and then I've got polylines, and that is this menu starting right up here. It is the next to the right menu on the top line, so the second one from the right. I use that all the time because a lot of these commands that are really functional and useful, like erase polyline segment, erase polyline vertex, uh, join nearest, reverse the direction of a polyline, even a 3D offset command is included there. Those are all such useful commands and they're buried pretty deep. Like sometimes, like edit polyline vertex or remove polyline vertex is like 5 levels deep under the edit menu with a bunch of pull rights. So it just makes it more convenient to get to it from a toolbar. So that's from the polylines. And then I have my standard, which is this file new, open, save, print, and all that kind of stuff. I've got my surface menu, which is where I can do triangulation and contouring, and I can also view surfaces, do a flyover, do a 3D view. I've got a surface inspector. Um, so various tools there. And then I've got this takeoff and SiteNet display is on, and that is one that we don't really need. That was off my last class. Let me see where it wound up going. I still don't see it directly. Let me turn it off. When I hit OK, it'll go away. And then I've got these transparent point commands over here on the side. Oh, I see that toolbar. It's over there. Let me cancel this. This was there. There we go. So now I'll turn that off. So now settings, toolbar setup under Carlson. Now I'm down here at the bottom. And there was my SiteNet. I've turned that back off, which was SiteNet display. So I've got standard, then surface, then transparent point commands over here, which is let you, in the middle of any other command, you can use things like bearing, intersection, the distance, intersection, that sort of stuff. It's a nice little handy tool for you. Now, with that being shown on Carlson, I've also found it convenient to have a couple of IntelliCAD toolbars up as well. Again, there's that IntelliCAD has a draw menu or toolbar. Carlson has a draw toolbar. I have them both active. The one's vertically on the left. IntelliCAD also has a layers toolbar, which is similar to Carlson's, but I don't find, let's see if I do turn it on. Let's see where it goes. It put it, well, for heaven's sake, I didn't see where it went. There's that, and that's Carlson's. Entity snaps. One of these. It's probably where it wound up going is probably off the screen over here to the right somewhere when I've changed screen resolutions. It tries to come back where it used to be. I'd have to reset my screen resolution, which I'm not going to do. Oh, no, it's sitting right here in front of my face. Sorry about that. So under here's where you can, there's that explorers layer and it brings up that same explorer. And here's where you can set these. And the only thing you have is you can set layer by entity, layer previous, and layer states manager. So there's not a whole lot of functionality that I find from that. So I don't generally have that one on. The AutoCAD layers toolbar has a lot more things, like you've got a layer walk and you got the isolate and restore, and all those things are available. So if you're used to doing it from that toolbar, for instance, there's no need to switch other than you might find, this erase by layer is useful to have. Um, so those would be, tools to keep out there. So now then, last little trip, we'll go back to IntelliCAD. So draw entity snaps. Now that's things like your endpoint, midpoint that are there that you can choose. I don't really use them in production, but I keep them there for class to show how to get some things. I now have this modify toolbar, which is this big one on the right vertically, the long one. That's where you can do standard CAD modifications, move, copy, offset, rotate, scaling, trimming, mirror, um, fill it with a curve, in between, explode. So different commands there that I use quite a bit from that. And those are really the only ones I have. Now, much like the other settings with load and save, under settings, you've got this toolbar manager, which is right above the toolbar setup. And this is where you can load and save these particular arrangements. So if you got something like you like, save it off, and then let's say you changed versions, like when you update to a different version, you can go back and load that previous version layout. Also, if you were to happen to come down here and change what's called this workspace to change to a different workspace environment, you would get a different set of toolbars based on whatever that workspace was done. And you can do the same thing with that load and save. Okay. So, so that's going to be where that is. Or that's going to be the toolbars that I use and what I find helpful to have available. There's my grading toolbar there where I can do things like, set things to elevations, do projections, different stuff as well. Here's my object or my entity snaps. And again, I generally have when I have those on, let's see, what was that? Polar tracking. So when I have those on, I have mine set to endpoint, center, midpoint, and extension. Those are the ones I keep on all the time. And you see them listed up here, they're preset. But let's say if I'm drawing, let me just draw a couple of lines here. I'll draw one like this. I'll repeat the last command, hitting the enter key, and I'm going to pick a point like this, enter key. Now, let's draw a circle like so. All right. So if I wanted to take this line and go to the center, see, it finds the center because that's on there now. But if I wanted to find that quadrant point, the 3 o'clock point on the dial, if I wanted to move it to that, so I can go up here and with this open, I can choose this one that says quadrant from the toolbar, and it's just temporarily for this particular command. And I'd find the quadrant there and click it, and now it's moved it. Now you see it went back off. And the reason I say I don't ever move that, or I don't ever use that particular toolbar, is because there's also a shortcut. If I choose this and I want to choose one of the snaps that are not currently set, if I hold the shift key and hold the shift key and then right click the mouse, this pops up. And I can now go to the quadrant or any one that I choose and do that accordingly. Okay. If I want to now extend this to where this one would meet, because I've got that extension on, if I hover over that endpoint, and I'm going to hover over this endpoint, and now you see how that's going to come up as that extension. I'll go back and hover on this one and get that extension, and now you see it finds the intersection. So that would be the extension of this and the extension of that where that should meet. It also would be, if I do a transparent command, let's say I wanted to move that point to that intersection. So I'm getting ready here and I'm getting ready to move the point. But if I don't use those extensions like I just showed you, over here on my transparent commands, I've got things like a bearing intersect. So I'm going to interrupt this command and I'm going to use this to locate that point. So I'm going to choose that. And down here it says, on the command line, it says specify the stretch point of the base point, blah, blah, blah. And then it says, I get different options. It says pick a point or a point number for the first base point. So the first base point is going to be, I think, this one. Define the first angle by line. So I'll choose that line. So that's the bearing that it's going to use for one. Now the second base point is going to be here. And again, by line, I'll choose this line. And so now that's finished and the command's done. I'm now just back to my grips. And that would be right where this line would intersect it. See there? So just a sort of separate way of doing it, but you know, these, it's what we call, it's this extension that I have turned on that allowed me to do it with those little lines in the first place. But if you wanted it to be at a place that was, let me get rid of this one. If I want to, you know, put that at a place that is, let me measure this distance for a second. See, this is 3.5. So if I wanted to put this at a location that is 2 feet from this point and let's say 2 feet from that point. So that's just, I'm going to draw a new line. I'll start here. And I want to go to, I'll go over here to my distance intersection. And it wants me to pick a point or point number for the first base. So there's my first. The distance I'm going to want is 2 feet from there. From this one, and let's make that one also 2 feet. So now 2 feet from each of those points is going to supply A or B. It tells me to either pick near the solution I want to use or just enter A or B. So if I want to pick down here, then there's where that's going to be. And then I could just grip and snap to the end point. And it happened to be, I think they're the same bearing. If I look in the properties, oh, it's polyline, I don't know. So I'll go back to inquiry. Drawing inspector, I'm going to right click and choose my polyline data. And let's see what that says. It doesn't give me the bearing. Okay. All right, let's just annotate them. So I'll auto annotate. Let's see if they're probably, oh gosh, they're the same. Pretty massive size here. So one's at 48.49, the other's at 48.17. So not exactly the same bearing, but it's close. You see, you can't really tell the difference. There's that one, there's that one. So they are slightly different bearings. They just, by coincidence, turned out to be nearly the same. Okay, so that's how a couple of those commands are going to work in some of those settings. Now, we need a break for lunch, and we'll stop at a quarter after. So, but what we'll get into next when we come back after lunch, and this is where you go get your coffee, is we're going to go into these Carlson configures and we're going to start looking at these and what effects they have, particularly the object linking. We're going to look at you know, some survey settings. There's not much to go on there, but we'll go through all of these that we need to understand about it. It's mostly here and what these are going to do. And we'll do some examples of what these are on or off, how they affect, and what they're going to do. Okay. So with that, any questions? Everybody good so far?
Yeah, all good.
Okie doke.
Same.
Okay, you as well, Chris. Okay, now, so we'll come back at a quarter after 1 o'clock and pick up where we left off. We'll finish that up, get through that mind-numbing little crap, and then start getting into some point exercises and get things moving ahead. And along the way, we'll get to use a lot of these. So, you know, I'm not going to do like a lot of training classes do. They're going to go like, Or on the file menu, this command does, this command does, this command does, we'll get to those as we do them in what we're working on as our examples, and you'll see how those work because there's a huge amount of things available under edit that are just some extra little Carlson niceties. Okay. So with that, I will turn the recording off and so great. Hope everybody had a nice lunch. Anybody think of any questions or anything while away? All right. So if not, let's get into our settings and see what effect they're going to have. So we're going to draw a few uh, things, just some test items, and see how they work, and see what these different settings are going to do for us. So if you'll go to your drawing, I'll go ahead and get rid of these. I don't need them. And so if you go into your drawing, if you haven't, start a new one if you'd like. It doesn't really matter what template or anything or what scale. I'm going to set my drawing setup. I'm going to set it to, oh, let's make it a 20 scale drawing. And now, if you will do this, type on the command line, you want to type ZC for zoom center. Okay, and I'm just going to put this at some arbitrary coordinates of 5,000 x comma 5,000. So 5,000 comma 5,000. Hit enter. And now it wants to know a factor or a view height. Now, what this view height means is not the elevation up in the air that you are. It means the view, the height of the viewable window on the screen from the bottom to the top. So I'm going to make that 500. So that sort of puts me at 5,000, 5,000 in the middle of my screen, 5,000, 5,500 up near the top. Or sorry, not 5,500, but 5,250, and then 5,000 and 4,750 down at the bottom. So it's 500 feet top to bottom, centered around 5,000, 5,000. You can see that on our coordinates down here at the bottom. Now, one thing, Frank, you may have noticed or not, if you've come from AutoCAD background, these settings down here on the status bar, you have to double click them as opposed to single click them in AutoCAD. In AutoCAD, you just click them once. Here, you need to double click them to turn them on and off. Okay, so everything else works pretty much the same way. And so now we're going to take a look at some settings and see what effect they have on our work. So let's go to our settings menu, Carlson configure, and let's take a look at what all of these buttons are. We'll talk about them briefly. So I'm going to start down in the lower right-hand corner at this localization settings. And when this comes up, excuse me, this is not localization like we're used to thinking about it in terms of, say, localizing some coordinates like with a GPS setup or something like that, where we're telling it the local coordinate values of those coordinates. This localization refers to setting your particular locale in the world, English or Czech, Russian, German, Hungarian, different languages, and then different default categories that you can have. And then under those categories, what particular setting that you want. And you can set the default settings to be such as that. Okay, so nothing we need to worry about. I'm just going to cancel. The takeoff SiteNet settings, Chris, you would not have that if you're running survey, but Frank, this might have some bearing on you if you get into the SiteNet menu of the civil module, which lets you do some things like assigning materials to certain items, certain layers, like you'd have a closed polyline that represents the outline of, say, a sidewalk shape on in your drawing. Then you can define that to be of a certain subgrade materials like, 4 inches of concrete followed by 6 inches of stone base, or maybe another 4 inches of sand under the concrete, and then a 6 inches of stone, but some kind of default where you can set things up according to the SiteNet menus, and then you can accumulate the materials in those particular um, settings.
What?
But
Where did you find that? Where'd you get that takeoff vinegar?
this particular one is this left
Okay.
bottom, take off SiteNet settings. Now, what this will do is if you are simply running SiteNet, it tells the behavior of how the surface modeling works from SiteNet, because in SiteNet, you build your surfaces, you basically build two surfaces. You build an existing and you build a design. And you build those based on things that you define those conditions based on what layers they are on. I'll show you that in just a minute when we get off the settings. I'll show you where those things
And
are.
SiteNet's in the civil package?
It is in civil. And
Okay.
again, I'll show you where that is. It's not one that you typically use as a straight civil design type function. It's really more to be sort of a mini takeoff version, which you would find in the construction module, okay, or in the product called Carlson Takeoff, which is a standalone product. Um, but it does have some functionality. It's not something that I think that you're going to start using next week, but it could be something. I just want to show you this so it sort of piques your interest.
No, that works
And
because I have to do different layers. Like we have subgrade, then you have synthetic turf, and that would help out because all of them are different volumes.
right, and they're all, yeah, and they're different volumes and different materials and different assignments and that sort of stuff. So what we typically do in civil, um, as a final design surfaces, we're designing the top of the finished ground. And then like to do our takeoffs and material accumulations and those sort of things, a lot of times we'll just have that set up in a spreadsheet where we've got, we know the area on top of the ground and we know the thickness, and we'll just compute those areas and then apply the cost and all that. But SiteNet can help you do all that stuff automatically for you. But it does it in a sort of different approach. It does it because it's mimicking the surface creation by, instead of doing triangulate and contour where you build a surface, you're going to be telling it, okay, these are the layers that hold all of those things that I would select to build my surface. And these are everything that becomes design, okay? Or these are everything that represent existing features, whether they happen to be contours, bad idea, or break lines and points, or 3D elevated line work, anything like that that we would normally use to do those top surfaces. All right. And then if on those layers you have in that set of layers, if you have layers that have certain closed polylines on them, whether they're 3D or 2D, doesn't matter. Uh, but with typically they would be 3D because they're going to have elevation around the edges. But then you can say, all right, within that closed polylines footprint lies this material. And so it will take that material and you can define up to, I don't know, 8 or 12 or however many it is, different subgrade layers underneath that topmost outline. And so it then computes the volume of those materials and also correspondingly the cost, because you can assign the cost to those areas and hence volumes, because you're giving it thickness as well as it knows the area. And then when SiteNet does the material reports, it can do all that calculation and separate those materials out, and it can actually even separate out to the subgrade, the bottom subgrade that you would actually excavate with your machine guidance, and then, you would not, so in other words, you wouldn't have to do the dial down on the blades. You would just tell it to use this particular surface, which is the subgrade. So it takes into account creating all of those different component surfaces that are part of that total package from the subgrade up. Okay, now the way it does it is it computes, again, two surfaces. It computes existing, it computes design, and it names those surfaces the same name as the drawing file name, but it gives it right here in this bottom left-hand side, it gives it these suffixes. So I've got, for original ground, I've got dash OG, dash ZE, and dash EX, and that's OG, of course, meaning the original ground before no adjustments have happened. The ZE is where you might have established, certain subzones, different rock, where you might have to do over excavations and things like that. Or then after you've adjusted for those subgrades, there's also, you can tell it a topsoil thickness, so that if you're doing topsoil stripping within an area, it knows to account for that amount of thickness out of that particular surface. So it creates those three surfaces, same as the drawing file name, but with these suffixes and then a .tin. So in our case, it would be class example one dash OG.tin dash ZE.tin, etc. Same thing on design. Before you do anything, this BS, that's basically the top as your basic design surface. But then here's your subgrade zones where you've defined within those subgrades those material thicknesses. And then after any topsoil replacement is this final grade. So that's going to be those three different conditions that it would create, those three different surfaces. And again, you don't have any control over the names. It's the drawing file name with these suffixes .tin.
Can you
Now,
have multiple subgrade zones, or are you just limited to those
oh
three
yeah,
zones
no,
there?
no, no. You can have, in fact, let me show you where it is in civil under SiteNet. So you would define design layers, for instance, or SiteNet. Oh, I said this display. Let's set my layer targets. I'm sorry, for design. So that wants me to pick it from the drawing. Let's define. Here we go. All right, so you've got existing, you got design, and you got other. These are all just layers. So under existing, you would maybe go to other here and you say, all right, I had, let's look at my V layers, for instance. Um, just a bunch of layers here. I would say I'm going to move those into existing. Okay. Then back to other, maybe I've got here's 3D design features, break lines, pad grading. Then maybe some more like the C, some storm stuff maybe. And then I would move those into design. All right. So now I've got so many layers on existing, so many on design. Now under design, for instance, if I've got this C or 3D pad grading, for instance, if I edit that layer, this is where I can tell it, what the overall total thing is. And down here's where I can 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different subgrade layers that I can apply based on depth of either feet or inches and give it a cost per particular unit. And like I may have a layer that says C-BLDG-FTPRT for proposed building footprint. Under that building footprint, I may have, 8 inches. I've switched to inches of concrete of 8 inches. You can apply shrink factors as well. And then you might say, all right, that's going to be $25. Um, I don't know, cubic yard or something. And then you would give it, this is a cost. Or let's say well, okay, we'll call that. Then maybe over here we had stone. We had 12 inches of stone, and maybe you buy stone at $17 a ton. I have no idea what these numbers are. Thanks, son. And over here, because I'm doing it by a particular weight, I would set, a factor of 120 pounds per cubic foot as my density of stone. All right. So once you do all this and set up however many you've got, and you say, okay, and blah, blah, blah. So then what you have to do is then existing and design, and everything else is step is other. Then you would go on that site. Let me just save and exit. Then on the site net menu, you would then choose make existing, and it would go off and build the surface and make the design, make the surface. And if you had topsoil areas defined out here in the drawing, those would make those different variations of those different surfaces. So you're going to wind up making 3 existing and 3 designed surfaces based on those suffixes that I gave you. And then you come down here and you've got your total volumes and you've got your material quantities and your costs and all that kind of stuff is coming out of this. And that's where it pulls those thicknesses and areas out of those total volumes and gives you the reporting on those. Okay. So, but you're not having to actually design each of those surfaces. You design the top and then you design or you tell it the thickness and the material costs if you want it, and off it goes. Now, there's other subtleties, like you could do a single line for a curb and then tell it, hey, this is a curb, and you define the curb dimensions and off it goes. All right. Now, here's the subtle distinction between that approach and the civil approach. In that approach, we tend to simply have things drawn on particular layers, and that's as if we had selected all of those things to build our triangulation from. Okay, so you don't have to then pre-draw those subgrades and pre-select all of those things to make a separate subgrade surface. Now, we have more control when we do our surface triangulation. If we don't do it by that sort of layer inclusion method, but we're going to do it by the actual selection of 3D line work and things like that that goes along in with our typical way of modeling a surface that we'll look at a little bit later in the class. Um, so we have more control of doing that, and this is the part in using SiteNet that so many people miss seeing, that you can do both. You can build that main surface, the main finished design surface with all its nuances and subtleties and control that you've done, but then you can also go back to here and you've still got this definition of layers. And let's say we had the building footprints in here or the pad grading with the materials under it. And then you can say, when you do make design, instead of reading all these layers and building a new design file each time, you could say right here, and this is the part everybody misses, you can say a surface source. Well, you can point it to a file. And then you would select up here a TIN file or an FLT file. And that would be that other surface file that you modeled with all of that additional care um, before. So it takes that file then and reads that file, and it creates another surface file, the same name as the drawing, with a -BS as that basic top level surface. And then within that, it looks at this anywhere where it's got depth and definitions of different materials. And it then applies that to that original surface. So you have to switch this to file instead of layers and select the file. Now you can still do it by layers. You're not restricted to having to do it by file just because you're a civil engineer. It's just a little subtlety and a little subtle difference in how that process works. Okay, so it's really a nice little subsystem, and it's sort of a mini little um, construction module all under one menu. Okay, and you can set visibilities and do your cuts and fills and all that kind of stuff with almost push button ease. But back in terms of our settings now, go to Carlson configure our takeoff site net settings. Here's where you would, you can give these different things that you want. You can change those extensions for those files. But this sets the behavior. And one of those is up here when we're doing our surface modeling, if you want it to extrapolate the surface out to whatever you've chosen as the boundary perimeter. And that's one of the requirements of using SiteNet or takeoff is that you have to declare a closed polyline as a boundary perimeter. In regular surface modeling, it can either be done on the fly in memory as part of the process, or you can use shrink wrap entities and draw it and declare it that way, that sort of stuff. And you select it as part of your data selection when you're building the surface. Otherwise, you just simply have it drawn by whatever means, shrink wrap or otherwise. You point to it and say, this is the boundary, and then you leave it alone. You don't have to pick it again later. Okay, and then if you do want it to extrapolate the surface, and that means if your surface that you built before that you're using now as your basis, if it doesn't go as far out to that boundary as, the boundary's further out than that surface is, it will then extrapolate that surface to go all the way out to the boundary. And if you do choose that, you have the option here to use the existing ground, the existing surface to extrapolate the design surface. So in other words, the design ends where the design ended, and then it drops or jumps up to the existing surface and rides that surface out to the boundary. Okay, so you may or may not want it to do that. If you don't want it to do that, so you don't have any vertical discontinuities, you would uncheck that. And what it does at that point then is it takes the back edge of your design surface and it pushes it out to the boundary at the slope of those last edge triangles. It just pushes those slopes out to that boundary. So it's not all that accurate, but it will at least keep you from having those vertical discontinuities. You can also decide not to do that, in which case it just simply stops at its edge, and that's fine to do it that way. And then whether or not you're going to use binary file formats, no need not to anymore. And then minimize flat triangles for existing. And also you have that option for design. And that's really only proper to do is if you are reading contours to define the surface. Because sometimes that's all we get. Sometimes we get a PDF file that just has drawn contours for our grading. They don't give us edges and spot elevations, anything like that. We just basically have to model that surface from those drawn contours. It's not very accurate. It's like taking a photocopy of a photocopy of a photocopy because everywhere in between each adjacent contour lines, it just assumes straight line difference in elevation. So it can't pick up the subtleties. It won't pick up curb edges, for instance. I mean, it will in some cases when the contours cross the curbs correctly, but as those contours climb up and down the curbs, they're going to have those real sharp V shapes, where it runs down the gutter line and climbs to the top of the curb. And if you don't minimize flat triangles in there, it's going to assume that V shape is basically of that same elevation all the way across its entire shape. We'll talk about that. We'll see that when we look at our modeling stuff, that idea. But anyway, it's just a matter of whatever your source is. And if you're not using contours for those sources, I would not, I would turn those on and off. So if you're reading existing contours to define your existing ground, turn it on. If you're reading edges and spots and you're not reading contours for your design, then turn it off. And you can tell it to densify those break lines and drop points in them every so many feet so you can smooth out your triangles a little better and so you don't have these really long, broad triangles. And then if you draw the surfaces, how do you want them to show up in the drawing? Use the 3D face or as a surface object, which this is sort of new technology here. And it creates that sort of extended entity the way Civil 3D has a terrain or a surface as an entity, but I don't think it's fully baked yet. I don't generally use it, but in any case, it's there. And then you can reduce those surfaces either one, both, or none, and that just thins them out so they're not so heavy. Okay. So now again, this is something that you may or may not really ever even use. There's plenty of civil people that do this work without ever touching the SiteNet menu. But it's a handy way to gather up your materials if you understand what's going on with those surfaces. Because again, you still have to tell SiteNet, you have to go and say, make design surface. And it's either going to read the entities on the layers that you've defined, or if you've pointed it to a file, it's going to read that file. And then it's going to make these three down here. It's going to make those three particular design surfaces. And that's the work it's going to be using. They happen to be the same. This file right here, the before adjustment file, will be exactly the same file that you've pointed it to in that particular case. All right, now, this upper part up here has, notice it says takeoff entities color assignments. This is only for those people that have either the takeoff product or the construction module. This has no effect, no matter what you set it to, in SiteNet, but it's very, very handy because what it does, if you tell it to automatically update your colors and assign them by layers, we're going to say, let's say if we assign colors by layers, automatically update. So if we change elevations, it will change them for us. Then we say any layer entity, sorry, any entities on any layers that we have said are existing, we're going to say make them green. Any entities on any layers that we said are design, make them blue, or whatever color you want to choose. You know, you can set the color. And then anything else that's left over in that category called other, we set that to, and that's that 254 color, that gray. And then when you turn on your display, you can see you've got three colors. You got green, blue, and gray, so you know which is which. And you can turn those on and off selectively. Say just display existing, or just display design, or display only the design and other, or turn off other. I just want to look at the existing compared to design, that sort of thing. All right, but here's the real help that this has is if you assign colors by elevation, you can also give it a color for features that have no elevation. So even though, let's say we're working on the existing, we got a bunch of drawn contours. And let's say they're just drawn down at 0, they're flat, but we have labels, we know what they're supposed to be. So to do that, we would normally go through and select all those contours and set their elevations to where they're supposed to be using a number of tools. So if you have this on and you have this red, and if you're running takeoff or construction, when you display your existing, if it has no elevation, even though it's on the layer list for existing, they'll be red until you set the elevation, and that's the automatic update colors, changes it from red to green. Okay. So it's just a means of sort of keeping track of, let's say you're changing hundreds of contours, you're going through, you said, you go, oh, did I set that one yet or not? I don't remember. So instead of having to look at each one, look at its elevation and the properties, or instead of having to go back to the 3D view to see if you've elevated it or not, you can just simply tell by color. So if it's red, you know you still need to elevate that particular entity. Okay. And then, of course, now that you've changed everything to be specific colors, green, blue, or red, if you want to set those back, if they were normally set to be a color by layer, then you can just select everything and change its color to be by layer, and it goes back to the way it was. So it's just sort of a neat little way of running, if you're running construction or the takeoff module, so that you can see the various colors. But again, for you with just civil that has access to SiteNet, that's a takeoff only setting. It has no effect in SiteNet. You have it here in the dialog because this is for takeoff in SiteNet. And again, you can freely ignore this entire thing if you're not going to use SiteNet to do that kind of work. It's sort of, I wouldn't say advanced or anything. It's just a different approach. Okay. So The next two up on the next line, the mine note settings and the mining settings, you can safely completely ignore. They have no bearing on what we're doing unless you have the mining modules. This has things like, you can see what they are, coal thickness. And when they say coal, they mean whatever, maybe it's limestone you're mining in a quarry, so it doesn't have to be coal. They just call it that. Or actually, I think there's a setting somewhere that you tell it what the key is down, yeah, right here. So if its key material is coal, if instead I called that limestone, if I spell it right. Now, I don't know that that will change this. No, it doesn't. I think they just called it coal. Um, because that's how these modules first started life, was in the coal industry. And so there are things you can completely ignore. Mine notes, mining settings. Now, hydrology, section and profile, these are some things that are going to have some effect. They're minor. This is not the only place you can change them. But if you look at hydrology, for instance, and I think, Frank, that you have the hydro module. If you bought the civil suite that was standard, it's just civil, survey, GIS, and hydro. Oh, no, you said you had CADNet. So,
Okay.
yeah, so you don't have this. Um, but this just sets some things like whether you're using center to center or edge to edge for pipe lengths, and how to compute slopes and lengths and stuff like that, and the rainfall methodology and the stage storage format. Carlson's built in, or using SEDCAD version 3 or 4, different things like that. So nothing you need to really worry about there. Now, the section and profile settings, this is something that will have some effect on us. And this is really the first part of it. It's really only going to matter. And again, you can set this in those other dialogues when you run the commands, but this is like if you're doing your site distance computations for profiling, for road profiles. Um, you set an eye height and an object height, and this vertical curve drawing resolution. This is just it's a number. It's not a distance or anything like that. It's just a number, and I don't know the range. Let me see if under help. Uh, height resolution applies when you draw a profile for the segment length for drawing vertical curves. Well, I guess it is a distance. So when you're drawing a vertical curve, they are typically in uh, the form of a parabola, at least in this country. There are locations where they actually use circular curves for vertical curves, but there's a whole lot of reasons why we use parabolic curves, and it has to do with writability and that sort of stuff, and also ease of computation, believe it or not. Um, but this basically says to draw that parabola, when we draw a profile, use this to limit the length of the segments that it uses to draw that, because no CAD system around can actually draw a parabola. It has to approximate it by drawing little connected line segments. And so that's what that number there will do. So if your profiles, when you're drawing, look too blocky or choppy, you can set that number smaller, and it will smooth up um, the resolution, if you will, of that drawn figure. Now, there's no particular reason why a CAD system can't draw a parabola, because it's a computational thing. It can draw circles. That's also a computational thing. It doesn't draw circles by drawing a bunch of little segments. Sometimes they look like that, but that's a different issue. That's a display resolution setting as part of your display list technology, and AutoCAD suffers from it, never fixed it. You don't have that problem in other software like MicroStation or ArchiCAD or any of those, but it has to do with building display lists. Now, AutoCAD gets around it with this thing called a system variable known as view res. It's a view resolution setting that controls how finely you want to show circles as circles. In other words, how small to make the segments that it's drawing to make the circle. Um, and for whatever reason, they've made that a setting that stores with each individual drawing instead of with the system overall. So if you are used to working with nice smooth circles, then you get a file in and it's got a low number for that system variable. You would have to go and change it for that particular drawing. Um, why they didn't make that global, I have no idea, because it doesn't make sense to keep that as a drawing specific setting. However, that's the evolution of the product and what we are having to live with. So what I typically do, and that's what I mentioned in very rapid passing when we talked about drawing templates, that's one of those system variables that I always set in that drawing template and save it to that highest resolution. So I'm not looking at circles that look like stop signs when I zoom in too close. Okay. Or I don't have to do a regen every time I'm close to a circle and it looks like a stop sign. It's just, it's a vestige of how it's computing the list of displayable items, what they call the display list. And they build that display list based on, how high up in the air you're looking at this stuff from. So if you're way up in the air, you can draw what looks like a circle with just, maybe three little line segments that if you were to zoom in tight, they'd look like a triangle. Or, whatever else, it just visibly looks like a circle at whatever level the display list gets compiled at. And that display list is compiled typically at the level level of magnification that you're looking at. And the drawing is regenerated. So when you regenerate the drawing, it recomputes the display list and it turns the circles or arcs, it redraws them using the however many uh, line segments that it needs to make it look visibly like a piece of circular geometry. Okay, don't know what that is. I don't know the algorithm behind the programming, but that's what it's for. And again, that variable, that system variable called viewRes sets that behavior. So, and I had some poor had some poor kid in a class once that he had a situation like this. Let me see if I can replicate it for you real quickly here. I'm going to type viewRes. Whoops, viewRes. And I'm going to set it down to 1. All right. Now I'm going to draw a what might be a typical roadway here. Just take a couple of tangents, and I'm going to put a little curve in there of let's make that a radius of say 150 feet. Go from here to here. Now, see, that's actually a curve. If I were to do a regen here, let me see. Maybe it needs to be higher than 1. View res. Let's make it 10. Yeah, there we go. So now, see, when I zoom out here, it looks like an arc. But if I zoom in real tight, I see that it looks like, but I see by grips, I see that there's endpoint, and there's that midpoint grip right there. But the display is such that it looks like, the edges of a stop sign. And so I had this one kid in a class once that he was doing road design in a subdivision. And he had this main road coming through here, and he had another road that came up to here. And then let's say we just went to the midpoint of this arc. And that's where he wanted to intersect that center line with this center line. Well, then he would zoom in down here. He goes, oh, that doesn't work. So I'm going to extend. That's a CAD command. I'm going to extend using that edge that feature right there. And it either doesn't do it or it does it while he's zoomed in, and but then he zooms back and it's off again, or it's the other way around. Maybe it came from, once maybe he went from, instead of that side, maybe it came from, say, this side and was supposed to go to that midpoint. And then if he zoomed in, he goes, oh, that's too more. I'm going to trim it. So I'm going to trim using this, and I'm going to trim that entity right there. Boom. Well, that, because I clicked the end of it, it went completely away because it was already just up to the edge of the circle. All right. So anyway, he kept struggling with why this was not intersecting the way, or maybe he would do this. He would take the grip and he would try to move it to the intersection of that line in that circle, which happens to be right where it is anyway. And so he could never get this to work. And he didn't understand why. And that's because of that variable, and that this is actually truly an arc. It's not three line segments. Okay, so that variable is called view res, VIEWRES. It asks if you want fast zooms, yes, and it ranges from 1 to 20,000. Now, the legacy behind that was back when AutoCAD was first coming on the scene, video memory was extremely expensive. And all memory was expensive. We didn't have very much memory on board the computer, and you could do it. So to save time from having to regenerate the drawing all the time, they used this technique called this display list, to where they would zoom to a certain level, and and so that looks like an arc at that level. But if I zoom in down here and I really want to see that looking like an arc, I need to regenerate the drawing. So I regen, and now it looks like more like an arc. I can still see those particular segments a little bit. But then if I come way back out here and regen, still looks like an arc. But now the closer I get in, you see it's just one segment, because way back out here, it was sufficient to be an arc. Here it was not, and I had to regenerate the drawing. Okay. So that's what's going on with. So now what I do now, because memory is so cheap and we have so much of it, even on our standard equipment, is I set my view res. Yes, I set it always up to that maximum of 20,000. And when I do that, notice that is nice and smooth, even this tight out, or I can zoom way out here. Let's regen the file out here, and now let's zoom in again. And we can see, even at that tight level, it still looks like an arc. Okay. So unfortunately, that is stored in each drawing and not in the system itself, that view res. So you have to check each drawing and set it, or if you're starting fresh with a drawing template, set it in that template, save the template, and then when you use it, it's already set for you. Okay. It's sort of a under the hood type of thing that a lot of people don't really uh, tell you about. And if you don't know about it, you can pull your hair out if you've got any left, unlike me, then you trying to figure out why it's not working. But that's what's going on, is that display list variable. Now you can tell certain settings, certain variables, system variables, whether they go with the drawing or if they go with the system. And I think in IntelliCAD, if we do it here, let's see, I'm looking for the system variable editor. If I come down here and find view res, view, of course, they're not going to show it to me. Anyway, with different settings, you can see that it's either they tell you what type it is and where is it stored. It's stored in the drawing, or it's stored globally in, I'm trying to get one. All right, here's one that's not stored at all, but it just has an effect when it's in play. Here's one that's in the drawing. Here's one that's stored in the registry. That's what I mean by global. and whether it's read only or read and write, whether you can set those accordingly. In AutoCAD, there's a little bit of a nice difference. If I right click and choose options, and this is where we saw earlier that list of files. And if I look at this at any given variable I'm looking at, you see this little icon right here? That means that it stores in the current drawing. So allow long symbol names is a setting that is stored not in the system itself, but just for this drawing. So my display up here's that arc and circle smoothness. It's set to 1000. So if I wanted that to be that maximum of 20,000, I have to set it there, but I see that, it's stored in each drawing. So the ones that have those markers beside them are the ones that you need to think about setting in your drawing templates so that they come up. If they do not have a little file icon beside it, then that means it's stored in the system, globally. So this will be by the drawing, the others are not. This is by the drawing, these are not. You get the idea. So anyway, just something that wouldn't save that. Close the dialogue. So just something to sort of be aware of if you get into some real depth under the hood here. That's where you can look at it. A lot of those things are controlled by system variables, and that's where you find them in the two different platforms. All right, so now that we've gotten sufficiently sidetracked, let's go back to our Carlson configure. And we were looking at that section of profile settings, and that was something that's akin to that circle resolution, but it has to do with vertical curves. When it draws vertical curves in profiles that are typically parabolic, that tells it to use 10-foot, to use nothing larger than a 10-foot segment to draw that parabola. Okay, so if it's real tiny, they'll draw real finely, and it will have a whole bunch of little vertices on that if you select it, and it will take, that much longer to draw if you've got a whole bunch of them. So by default, the default is typically fine. Just set it to 10. And then, and you can tell it again here for the vertical curves, you can use the crest sight distance formula to compute the sag curve sight distance computation as well, if you would like to. It is actually two different formula. And then the parabolic template grade subdivisions, these, well, hard to explain what this is to be. When you are setting grades in your road templates, now this is not the drawing template, this is the road template or any kind of cross-sectional template which you can define. It could be for roads, it could be for parking lot pavement, it could be anything. Sort of gets along those same lines, Frank, that we talked about in SiteNet, but it's sort of different. And this is, I'll show you where it is. Again, I'm going to back, you can leave yours set there, but if we're in civil, which I am, let's go to roads and let's do a design template and see if we can find one. Here's a basic 2-lane with shoulders. All right, so this would be a typical road template that has, and these are called grades, and they start at a point and they go for a certain distance at a certain slope. But if I look at that grade, and that grade is right here, and again, it's reflective because I've got it turned on same as left. But for this grade called EP or edge of pavement, if I double click that, I see here's how I define that grade. It's going to be based on a percentage, and this is based on a negative 2.08%. Typically, that would be 2%. This is me just being a little bit of a smart ass because, what is 2.08% for those of you who don't build roofs? That is the same as a 1/4 inch per foot. That's your minimum slope for water to drain properly. But in roadway cross sections, we typically use 2%, not 2.08. But anyway, that's what it's for. Right down here though is, and this is it's not new. It's been around for a long time, but it's typically not used in our road designs. We typically use a linear slope, not a parabolic slope. If we said parabolic slope, that is that condition that they were talking about in that settings back there. How much resolution do we want to define that parabola? And if you think about that, that means that this slope down here, instead of being a straight line, which is linear, it would be parabolic. Now, I don't know if I do it, can you even see it? Yes, you can't even really see it at that level. Let's see if I make it, let's make it 10%. That would be lovely. It's just, see, I can't even see it in this particular slope. Well, let's see, let's maybe draw it. There we go. All right. So now you can see, I'm not going to save it. Now you can see, let's take this marker out. That's our center line marker. So right there at the center, see it went 1.2 feet because I have a 12-foot lane and I went that every 1.2 feet because I told it to use 10 segments to define this parabola. So there is the, I have a 10%. So I'm going from basically zero, right here is my zero line. So I'm starting down 0.5%, 1.5, 2.5, 3.5, all the way until I get to 10. So it takes those numbers and it goes from flat of zero to my total I gave it. And that represents the crown of that roadway, which is a composite average of 5.56% slope from here up to there as well. But it forms parabolically and it represents itself by 10 individual units. Okay. So that is what that number, or what it's talking about right here, is this parabolic template grade subdivisions. How many subdivisions of that grade on the template do I want to make if I tell it that it's parabolic? And it's not only just for roadways, it can be for any type of grade that I said. I may have a parabolic grade in the middle of a parking lot. It just depends on what I may want to have. Okay. So that's what that number is. And that is where you set this. You can't really set that at the time that you're setting the parabolic grade. You'd have to come back and set it here and then do that grade setting. Okay. So again, it's not anything that you're ever going to really encounter doing your road designs if you're using linear grades instead of parabolic. So, just be aware of it, file it in that I really shouldn't forget this, but I probably will kind of category, and it really won't make much difference. You can always pop me an email or call me up and say, hey, what'd you say about parabolic grades? Where was that? And, I'll be glad to help you out. Anyway, then the next is the stationing type. This is how you want the stations to label. And it's basically in English units, we typically use every 100 feet, you would get a 1, 2, 3, whatever you start with, and then a plus, and then the sub 100 distance. And of course, there would be a decimal and so many decimal places for non specific stations, like, where PCs and PTs are. This one would be is typical for a metric type station. We go um, every big number is a kilometer down to the meter levels. So there's a meter, the tenth, the hundredth, and the thousandth. So there's your kilometer, and then you have decimals down to the millimeter level. Sometimes you'll see instead of 1 plus 0, 0, 2 plus 0, 0, you'll see 100, 200, or this one over here, NO as a number, and then the number. And I've never really seen that before. Apparently, it's used somewhere in the world. Some customer asked for it. That's why it's in there. Okay, so that's that particular settings under this section for cross sections and profiles. That's where you would set that. Okay. Next line up, we have surface settings and survey settings. Let's talk about the survey settings first. So I'm going to choose that, and I'm going to get this or something very close. Now, the very top one is typically this CG survey menu. And I think by default out of the box, if you haven't changed this, do they now, since you're using 26, Frank, does it say none or does it say compact?
Says compact.
Okay. So what that is, and I'll go ahead and set mine to compact and I'll okay and I'll exit. What that means is that you're going to get an extra menu in the survey. So I'm going to switch to the survey module. And now I've got this menu now called CG Survey. And this has File, Traverse, Kogo, Draw. So this is the entire old product, previous product called C&G Survey. If you're a surveyor from years ago, you may remember that. In fact, they had a really successful run. A lot of surveyors used their software, and they had an advertising campaign in POB magazine that was sort of the Bible for that industry. And they were called the Muddy Boots Guys. And this was Ed Cowherd and Dean Goodman. And so they made that software. People used it a lot. A lot of surveyors used it. And it was survey specific. It had nothing to do with civil or anything else, but just survey. So Carlson, when it starts coming along, it's looking at that and it's seeing all these customers out there using C&G. And one of the reasons that some people said that they bought that software more so than any other was because it had in its computation, let's see if I can know where it is. Let's see, hit the raw file. This creates StarNet file, and that StarNet was their implementation of a networked least squares adjustment routine. And I don't, maybe it's under here somewhere. Now, I'm not even sure where it was in the system. I actually worked for a company that used that software for a while, but I don't recall. But anyway, this is that entire program. I would think it would be under here. It might be under this raw file editor. Nope, it's just an editor. Okay. Anyway, that's the entire program. Now, here's what happened was Carlson saw that behavior from these, let's see, convert old files to new formats. That's all, a new file. Yeah, so they saw all these surveyors out there using that, and they found out that what they had was not just least squares. And if you go back to Carlson under survey, they have this edit process raw data, and you would load up these files, and let's just give it a new one here. And you have under tools there, you've got a least squares adjustment. You would prepare the data, edit the data, and then you would process it so it does the least squares. Now they also do compass rule, Crandall and transit rules, but they did this least squares adjustment. However, theirs was a single network adjustment only. So it could be a single network and it was very good and did what they needed. But what they were finding that the CNG system had was this multiple networks. So if you had networks connected to other networks, it can adjust the entire thing based on those network ties and do all that stuff in a network. It wouldn't have been all that difficult for Carlson to have, coded that up. But keep in mind, programmers are programmers. They're not surveyors, and they don't really necessarily, uh, follow that particular trajectory in their thinking. So what Bruce Carlson saw as an opportunity was, hey, if I buy the already written network adjustment, and if you look under here now under survey, I've got this ServNet least squares, and let's just call that one test as well. This has a bunch of, this has basically all the functionality. We won't get into that right now, but that's got all that functionality of a multiple network least squares adjustment. And I think we can also reach it from, uh, yeah, you can't, you'd have to do it separate from this adjustment. We're working on the raw file. It has to be done with that ServNet least squares. So Carlson wanted to buy that algorithm from C&G. Bruce Carlson did. They were getting to the point where, yeah, you know what, how about you buy the company instead? We can let you have all of it. And, because Ed Coward was getting to the point where he wanted to sell out and go retire on some island in the South Pacific. And so Carlson, okay, why not? And so he did. He bought it, got the algorithm, got it included. And because he's going to now inherit all of these users out there in the world that use C&G, they wrote into the Carlson product support for their entire product. The entire C&G survey system runs inside of Carlson. Because again, it's still just a DWG file. But everything that somebody did from C&G software can be done right through this set of menus. And this is the compact menu where you pull it down, and now all of these are the full menus. Those would normally be spread across the top. And that's what those are going to do. They're going to allow you to do everything you could do in C&G software. Now, good thing for Carlson, Dean Goodman decided to stay with the company. He's now head of that program development out of the Atlanta office and the Atlanta Development Center. And so he maintains all of that as well. I think he's still working. He's probably retired by now because I'm going to say he's probably at least 5 years or so older than I am, and I'm right on the doorstep. I'm going to be 64 next month. So he's probably decided to hang up his skates. I'm not sure. I haven't checked in on him lately, but regardless, that's what that's for. So back under settings, Carlson configure survey settings. If you don't have any need to run the C&G software, I would suggest just pull it down and say none, and then that will go away. Once you say exit and you save all that, see how that went away from the survey module. Okay, so it doesn't hurt to be out there, but it's not necessary, and that's where you can turn that off. Okay, now the rest of these are going to be where you would set the behavior of if you are doing COGO commands to locate points, coordinate geometry commands, you can have it prompt you whether you want to use azimuths or angle rights. This is when you're first doing traversing and side shots. If you're always putting in angle right, then you can set it to there and leave it, or always using azimuth, it's the same thing, or you can have it prompt you. You can tell it to show the occupy and backside points on the status bar, and it shows up down here on the right-hand edge of that status bar in the AutoCAD version. I've not seen yet, and maybe the 2026 version fixes that. I've not really seen that work correctly in IntelliCAD. So if I show it, for instance, exit, and if I'm in COGO, and let's choose occupy, what, first of all, I need some points. Let's see. I'm just going to put some points here. Screen pick, I'll put a point. No elevation. Test point am I doing? What? I must have. Let me turn this off a minute. Draw locate point test. Somewhere. I guess it's just left over from the last time I did it. Let's do a point up here. Test point my drawing. I think I know what might be going on with that. Let's see, down here will be point number 3. If I select the code right there, it is, yeah. So right now it's using code definitions. That's why it's doing that. So I'm going to not use those codes. We'll go test field. Well, we'll just call it that. Let it go. All right, so that code was, that's another thing with field to finish. We won't get into that with this. So now I've got these points 1 to 2 to 3. So if I'm going to now start to compute, let's say I'm going to occupy point 2 and backsite point 1, and then I'm going to turn an angle and go a distance to set, point, which would be 4 as my next point, then 5 to 6. So I'm done. We've got some points. Let's go to my coordinate geometry menu and let's do an occupy point. And we're going to say, pick a point or a point number. So if I just pick on that point, that's point number 2, it reads me some information. Set the backsite method. I'm just going to say by point. And so it's going to be point number 1. So that's now my backsite point. Now, over here's where it should be showing me. It's not. I've got some point configuration. Anyway, not sure about that. But that's some kind of default. So it's not showing me that condition, but I've set now my occupy my backside point. So let's go to Kogo and let's do a side shot. So now it's pointing to where I'm sitting on point 2. It's showing me my backside. These are just temporary graphics. There's my prompt. So I can do, some options, a point, a line of traverse, inverse, angle bearing, code 7. And if I look at H for help, I see there's my codes. I've got the 4 quadrants, northeast, southeast, southwest, northwest is 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 is azimuth. Turned angle, left is 6, right is 7, or deflection angle, left is 8, 9 is right, and then 10 means to use GONS, which is, I've never seen it used, but apparently they do it in Europe, and that's a subdivision of a degree, not into 60 minutes and a minute into 60 seconds, but it's a subdivision that's decimal. So in 90 degrees, which is a right angle, there are 100 GONS. And that's the very same as grads, if you remember that little keyboard switch on your calculator, the DRG, degrees, radians, or grads, gradients. So that's what that is. But anyway, so I'm going to do an angle right of 7, and I'm going to put this in at 45 degrees, and let's go 200 feet, and no vertical angle. Oh, I said 2. I meant to say 0. And we'll call that one side 1. All right, so there it's set, and you see where the point showed up. It's 45 degrees off of that backsite, looking at, or occupied looking at backsite. I can see this here. I never saw it down here on my status bar in this particular, in IntelliCAD. Over in AutoCAD, if you have it here, I've got, what do I have? 111, 110. So if I do that same thing, let's do an occupy point, or I can just go straight into side shots and pick a pointer point number. It's asking me for the occupied point. So I'm going to occupy point 111. And I'm backslide point. You see that line above down here where it's asking me? I'm going to choose point 110. Okay, now if I look over here, let's see, I'm going to go angle right. Let's go 90 degrees is fine. And let's go 100 feet. And we'll call that the point elevation. We'll leave it at blank and we'll call it test blank and set the point. Now, okay, so look over here on the far right of my status bar. You see it says occupied point and backside point. So I can keep doing a bunch of side shots. But if I do a traverse, let's come down here and do a T to traverse. That means I'm sitting here, but I'm backsiding this one. And I want to traverse, in other words, make a new occupied point and backside my current occupied point. So I'm going to now put this in at 90 again, but only go 50 feet. And I'm going to call that one trav dash new and no elevation. Oops. I don't know what I answered for trav new before. I wasn't paying attention. Sorry. And be done. Now, if I do a side shot, oops, invalid value, point and distance. Let me escape. Will that help me do it? I think I messed it up. Anyway, it would have showed you over here and you saw that it moved up and occupied 121, was backsliding 111 and getting ready for my next computation. So as you traverse, you move up through those points that you set. If you side shot, you stay where you are, set the other points. And all that little switch does is show up down here on your command or on your status bar. And you saw even in AutoCAD, it's just sort of a temporary flag that pops up there. The 2023 version, Chris, they used to put it over here on the left-hand side, and that depended on which version of AutoCAD you were using. So I'm not sure where that shows up in all cases. However, this is what's sort of redundant about this switching. You don't really need to know about it. Is let's say I've got this situation. I've been doing computations all morning and I've been working along and I forget where I am. I don't know where my occupied point is or my backside point is. You can very quickly set those if you just do a quick inverse. So if I want to occupy point 118 and backside point 108, all I have to do is I'm going to inverse between my backside point to my occupied point. And you can do it here, or you see those letters in parentheses, that's all I have to type is inverse. So if I type I and hit enter for an inverse, I'm going to go from 108 to 118. So there, and now you can see over on the right-hand side of the status bar, it tells me my occupied point is 118, my backside point is 108. So even if I get sidetracked and have to come back into redoing my calculations, all I have to do to reestablish that setup, I don't have to go through choosing occupied and backside. I just do an inverse, point number to point number. I'm good to go. I'm now ready to keep doing side shots and traverses and all kinds of different things. Okay. So that's just what that switch does. And again, I haven't seen it work under IntelliCAD very well, but that's what this means to show the occupied backside points on the status bar. I never even rely on that. I just do those inverses and set them up quick. The automatic raw file and automatic line, if those are on, is when you're doing those calculations. If I go to my Kogo menu and I do those computations, let me draw my points again. I'll put them back. There they are. Now, if I'm doing those computations, if I made a mistake, let's say this was a 45-degree angle at that distance, that 100-foot distance or whatever it was. Let's say maybe instead of 45, that was supposed to have been 54. Well, I'd have to erase the point and go figure that out and go back and redo it. But if you have a raw file on when you're doing the command, it's going to record those things. So if I do instead, if I turn on, and again, I can do this outside of the defaults, but if I turn this on, I'm going to turn my raw file on. I'll make a new raw file and I'll just call it today comps. Okay, so I now have a raw file that's been established. And I'm going to do a traverse. And so it wants to know an occupied point. So I'll occupy here, I'll backsite here. Let's see, it didn't ask me for a backsite point, but it's asking me for a bearing code. Let's do a 7, which is an angle right. Now it looks for my backsite point. There it is. And now what's my angle right? Instead of 45, maybe it should have been 54 and 100 feet. And zenith angle is 90. And my description would be new side shot, whatever I wanted to call it. Okay, and so now that's going to go instead of 45 at 100, or whatever that distance was I set. So that would be there. That was a side shot. Let's do another one now at 90 degrees, also 100. And zenith angle there. We'll call that one also new side shot. Did I traverse or side shot? I think maybe I traversed. Or in any case, when I'm done, I'm going to choose exit as my option over here on command line. I'll just do an E to exit. Okay, so now what I've done is if I go to that survey, edit, process, raw data, and I choose that file, here's the file. That's what I set was these particular points. And I chose my 0.2 to 1 because those were the initial points that I used to create my setups. And then I occupied 0.2, I backsighted 0.1, I set 0 on the circle, and I did traversing. I occupied 2, and again, I'm occupying 2, looking at 1, and I'm setting 0.5 based on this angle and this distance, okay? And then I moved up to 0.5, and you see everything's highlighting down here. And now I'm backsighting 0.2, and I'm setting 0.6 by turning 90 degrees and going that distance of 100 feet. So if this 54 should have been 45, I could just come in here, change that to 45. So that would swing that back down. I would say, then I do a process, no adjust, and just let it process. It recomputes. And then if I exit, it's going to ask me to save it. Yep, I'll save those. And yes, I'll save the coordinates. And I'll just locate all the points all over again. And now there they are. And so now 0.2, which was here, looking at 0.1. So instead of that, so 0.4 was at 45 degrees. 0.5 was at 54, so it was up here and set 0.6 accordingly, and any other computations after that. But if I found that to be an error, I could go back and change that number from 54 to 45, put it back down where it was, and everything from that point forward then swings itself down into its right location because it's all dependent on these other commands that follow where this location is supposed to be. So, so in that regard, that's why turning these raw files on and off is sometimes a good idea. If you're doing, I'm just going to close the file. If you're doing those kind of calculations, is you want to keep sort of an audit trail that you can edit later. Notice you can turn it on. You can, under COGO, raw file on or off, line on or off. And all line does, and we won't go through the time to demonstrate, but a line will, I'll show you the effects of it right here if I edit process that raw file. Lines draw between traverse commands, but now this is not showing all the coordinates because the only thing I captured in this file were sitting on 2, looking at 1, setting 5 and 6. So it traverses between, all the traverse commands. So if I go here next, and if I, let's add a side shot. Remember, I'm sitting at 6, looking at 5. And let's go below. So there's a category. So occupied 6, and I'm going to set, let's start with, say 101. And let's go, 180 degrees, 50 feet. And what we then call that. So now that's 180 degrees, 6 looking at 5, 50 feet. Okay, so I'll go here and I'm entering. And so now 102 is going to be, well, let's go still sitting on 6 looking at 5, turning to the right. Let's go 90. And let's make that 50. And now let's also go 270 and go 50. And then we'll save and we'll exit. Let's see, did we get all those points? Oh, no, you know what? I didn't process the file. There it is, traverse side shots. So if I display, turn off my side shots, but I see my traverse lines. So normally, I forget where we set this. So show the side shots, that turns it on and off. There's well, maybe in this little preview, it will always show those. Let me process. There they are. Save the coordinate file. Now, if I turn on my side shots on and off, so I see them here in my little editor. Okay, but when you have your lines turned on under Kogo, this automatic line file on, it will draw a line through all of the traverse commands, but all of the side shots, it won't draw lines to. It just, you see them in the editor. You can see those lines where it created those. Let's refresh my points here. There you go. There's that 101, 102, and all that. So you would see the lines connecting traverse here to here to here to here, or to here to here, but then you wouldn't see any lines to the side shots themselves. So it's just sort of a way to help you see if you've done traversing to compute those points as to whether they're on or off or not with that automatic on. And again, you can turn them on and off from here. You can turn your raw file on and off. You can turn your line on and off so that when you do those commands, even if you're not in the editor, but you're just doing them from the keyboard, it will start drawing lines for your traversing. Okay. So under our Carlson configure survey settings, if we turn those on or off right here, that just means anytime I do a Kogo command, it's going to automatically turn those things on. It's going to automatically open up a raw file. It will prompt you whether you want to append an existing one or use a new one or whatever. And then it will automatically start drawing lines between all the traverse computations, but not for your side shots. And that's all in the world it's for. Now, the automatic point object snap being on or off, that's going to automatically set, anytime I do any kind of command, the same settings under settings called point object snap on and off. Okay, and it's under settings here, turn it back on. So now you see it says the point object snap is on. Okay, you turn it off. Now, what point object snapping is this. So my points are consisting of numbers, elevations, descriptions, and a symbol. Although right in there is a single point right at that location. There's a CAD point there. Whereas this is a Carlson point. It consists of a symbol, optionally, and it consists of, which is a graphic block. It also has another block, is a block of attributes. There's a description, there's a number, a description, elevation. So in fact, if I were to explode this, you see what I've got is there's a symbol here that was made up of that. So I'm going to move that out of the way. And each of these, you see over here, they are attributes. Those are block attributes. And together, Carlson makes a symbol out of whatever we choose for the symbol. It creates those, and it makes a what's called a point attribute block, which has these three attributes, the point number, and you see it puts it on a layer called point number. It's going to prompt you for the point number, all that kind of stuff. Same thing for elevation, same thing for description. But there is also right in there an actual point. That's a CAD point. Can't really see it. I mean, I can barely see it. I doubt you can see it across the Zoom, but there's a little red dot right there on the screen. And then if I look under my settings menu again and go to my IntelliCAD settings and go to the right and I choose point style, let's change those points. Instead of looking like a dot, let's let it look like, an X this time instead. And now if I regen, oh, did I not do my, oh, I didn't say, there it is. I guess I forgot to hit the OK button because it was off my screen. I changed my screen resolution recently. Let's do that one more time. All right, so I'm going to set it to look like that. Say OK. Now that it's not a block, it's not anything else. It's just a point, and that's the way I've told the CAD system to display points is with this X. Now, if I zoom way out, for instance, and then regen at that level, sorry, let me repeat.
I have a quick question for you.
Yes, sir.
So
Oh,
when I shoot points, I give them a layer name. Just for it's always the letter B and then a dash and then the date. Is the when I bring them in, are they going to go onto the PNTS layer so that I could will the when I draw the points, will they go into the PNTS layer?
they'll go wherever you tell that to go, and you've got a lot of control over that. So if you look under points and choose draw locate points, right there's the layer. The ones that I'm going to draw right now are going to go on this layer. Okay. And so if I do that,
Right, I can make that whatever layer I want, and then
that
it'll
is
always
that is correct. So
okay.
if I let's call this one new points, new dash points, and we'll say okay, and then screen pick, and we'll put a point up here. Given an elevation of 123.45, clever boy that I am, this is a new point as my description. And there it is. Now, notice, and I'll hit enter to finish. So if I were to select this Carlson point, it's not really a point. You look up here in my properties and I see that's a group of 3 items. And those 3 items are, if I pull this down, there's a block reference and it says 2. There's a, let me see if I can get this bigger so you can see that when it pulls down. There you go. So you see there's there's a group of 2 blocks. One of those blocks is a graphic block, which is the symbol. The other block is the block of attributes, which is the point, number, elevation, and description. And then there's a point. That's the CAD point itself. So if I were to go to that point and let's say make it, instead of red, I'm going to make it yellow. Okay. And then I could even give it a separate layer right here that would be separate from that new points layer. So I'm going to put this on a layer called, well, I can't create it on the fly here, but let's just call this one, let's put this on PU-ELEC. All right. So that's on public utilities electric layer is what the point is on. But if I select this as a group, you see it says it varies. Okay, because it does. I put the actual point on a layer. And if I were to go to that layer, which was PU electric, let's just do PU, there it is. And if I freeze that layer, for instance, see how that point went away? Whereas this is the point, the CAD point. I changed my point to be yellow and to live on a different layer. So that's where it went away.
That was one of
But
my problems because I would just freeze the point and then do I have to go into the all three of those attributes, point, description, elevation, mark?
no, there's a that behavior is going to be governed by a number of different things. Let me show you. I'm going to put this back where it was. But just understanding that there is a CAD point here and then this other symbol. And really what I was getting to, and I'm going to circle back around to you, Frank, here. Sorry. Sorry, I'm
Yeah, I
so
don't want to sidetrack you. It was just
no. But I wanted to finish this idea of this point object snapping being on and off, because let's say I want to draw polylines between points. Now, obviously I can use point numbers, etc. But if I'm zoomed out here and I just want to go, say, from that point to that point to that point, okay. And if I do it like that, if I zoom in here, now let me put my point, my actual, point style, sorry, I can't read anymore. I'll put this back to the default of just being a dot. Okay, so when I got what I thought was close to that point, I missed it. But because Carlson points are not, that's not an individual point like the CAD point that I could show as an X or a plus or a circle or a dot or whatever. So it didn't find the point. It found the end point of the symbol because it can snap to that stuff. That's snappable geometry. So the right way of doing this would be having that, uh, crap, wrong. See, repeat a 2D polyline. So instead of, I'm going to set this to be, let's make it magenta. So now instead of, trying to get close to that or zooming in and setting my node snap on or whatever else, I can just, if I pick to any point, any part of that point, now notice I get the little snap target and I get this pop-up that says fundamentals class, the file name, today comps.rw5. That's the command that created that point, was from a raw file. The zenith elevation, slope distance, the horizontal, blah, blah. So it gives you a little bit about it. So I'm going to go from there to there and to there. And so if I'm just pointing to any part of these Now that's no longer a point, I exploded it. So if I go to 6, you see the target is on the point. So there it is. And now if I come up here, that was a screen pick. So I get a different set of, I get the number, the northing easting elevation, description, and it's in that file called class example 1.crd because it was not part of the raw file computation like those others were. So I'll get all of those things done, but that's that advantage. So you can see is even though that looks like the same, if I'm doing, you know, property boundary calculations, I better make sure, that I'm not off, a tenth or whatever the distance is for that drawn symbol. I want to make sure that I'm actually in the center of that point. And so that's that point object snap. This one right here. Again, you can turn it on and off from here, or under Carlson configure survey settings, you can tell it to automatically turn that on for you when you start things up. Okay. So now while this is up, I want to finish this bit out here too. There's also this automatic compare drawing points with coordinate file points when you start things up. So if I've got this drawing, I got a bunch of points in it, maybe I've moved some things around and I've gotten them out of sync with my coordinate file. Um, when I start this back up the next time, if that's on, it will do that comparison and it will tell you if something needs to be resolved or not. I generally leave that off because sometimes I actually might edit a point file separately, maybe in another drawing file. Um, and then I'll know that I need to go back and update. So anyway, that's what that's for. Um, and then automatically check Carlson community for missing symbols. And that is uh, an online kind of thing called Carlson community. And if you're looking for particular point symbols that these points might be defined as having, and if you have them missing from your drawing folder, that support folder, these would be things like uh, go to settings to symbol library, and let's choose one there. Well, let's see. I'm not going to do that, but if I draw a located point, let's see, let's do that. And we set this symbol. So if I got all of these different choices that I can choose from, um, trees, whatever. Down here is this Carlson community. If I click that, it's going to put me out there to where I can start looking for, and I can search and view and do different things and look for these. Here's these different drawings. There's a two-way traffic symbol. Okay. So four-wheeler, an airplane. So and there's different categories. There's CSI, bones, clothing, the pelvis. All right. So, objects, mining, roads and signs, vehicles. So this is sort of a nice little way of, if your point calls for a symbol that you for some reason don't have in your uh, symbol library, you can have it automatically go and load that up and go out to it. You don't necessarily have to even use it, but that's what that setting is for. And so back to Carlson configure survey settings, that would then, and then these enable transparent point commands, again, in the middle of your COGO commands, when you are computing points, you can type in the equivalent of these toolbars that we talked about earlier, like the distance and bearing intersections, to compute those points along the way. So having that on will enable that to work in the middle of even those Carlson commands. Finally, and Frank, this may have some bearing for your setup, is this land desktop fieldbook codes. And this is where you can use, let's see, edit. You can add, if I add the particular, I could have a raw description. I want to substitute it with this particular code.
I used to use those with the HP 48, but I'm
Yeah,
going to try to gravitate towards the field to finish with Carlson now
yep.
at that
Very,
point.
very much the similar type thinking is, and you could, like I said, if you had a need for that, you could do that, and you could set up those 48 codes and assign substitution codes that would match your field to finish codes that you need. Okay. But most of us, when we're doing survey work now, are going to be doing that in a data collector that's usually beyond the HPs, although some still do anyway. Jim Carlson, who is Bruce Carlson, the founder's brother, he's also a surveyor, and he's a bit of an oddball, kooky guy. Love him to death. He likes to use his flip phone. he, did-
Thanks.
he sure uses a smartphone now, but you can use that as a data collector if you want. He does that just to be able to demonstrate it at trade shows and such. But
Gotcha. I wound up getting the through it's Carlson, but no, it's through Hemisphere.
oh
The
yeah,
RT4, it's the weatherproof
yeah,
little one.
yeah. So yeah, and all of those we typically will put in the codes that we want directly when we're getting the points. So anyway, that
Do you teach the other classes? I'm going to
uh,
take the other two.
yeah, I teach survey and civil and all that. I don't really teach. I used to teach a class that it used to be a product used to be called Serve CE, which was the data collector side, the field side of doing this work. And now, because that no longer exists, it's now called Serve PC. It runs on the computer and it does this.
Yeah,
And because all of our training has, everybody wants to do it over Zoom. Nobody wants to come in. We
gotcha.
used to have it, we'd go to a city and everybody would come in for a couple of days and we'd have the ability to go out in the parking lot and do a topo around the building and do all that kind of stuff. There's just not enough call for it anymore.
I switched to Field Genius only because the Hemisphere, who makes
Yeah,
Carlson's BRX7, was half the price, and um, the only software that the Hemisphere uses for data collecting is the Field
yeah.
Genius. So
And that's fine. You can certainly use that and it works absolutely fine when you bring it into Carlson. Now, one of my very dearest friends who was originally from Denmark, um, he married a gal from New Hampshire, an actually fairly wealthy young lady. They have like 6 houses up on Lake Winnipesaukee, which is, if you remember the movie On Golden Pond and also What About Bob,
yeah,
uh, a summer resort. That's the lake that it's on.
New
Uh,
Hampshire, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
and
beautiful
they,
boating lake.
oh yeah, yeah, and so they own all that property. They invited us up. My wife and I went up. We took my mother. They knew my mom. We went up there and we spent a week of vacation up there with them. And we're sitting around the fire one night. And by fire, I mean in their marble fireplace, not the one out in the yard.
Sure.
Um, uh, Jan, my Danish friend, he says to my mother, he calls her mom, he says, "So, mom, you're sleeping in Conan's bed." And she goes, "What? What do you mean?" He goes, well, last week, because when his wife Tina grew up next door to Conan O'Brien. And
Too funny.
so he said, so Conan was coming in for a visit, but he flew in. So they asked me to run down to the airport, pick him up. And so I did all that. And they came up to the lake, stayed there. So that's the bed that Conan O'Brien slept in. So my mom told all her friends that she slept in Conan O'Brien's bed. So,
Classic.
yeah. So, but what I was getting to roundabout way is that he used to be a sales guy. He was the international rep for Carlson. Um, and he left a number of years ago now, and he works, I think, still for Hemisphere. But anyway, he went to work for Hemisphere. And so he's probably partially responsible for a lot of the synergy that you're seeing coming out of Hemisphere and Carlson now.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So anyway, good guy, but excellent product, by the way, that you're using. So
It sees underneath the canopy like nothing before it. It's
yeah.
just been nothing but a moneymaker.
Yeah, I've got a client that is a good friend as well. He's right outside of DC in the West Virginia Panhandle, and he uses that Javid system. And his biggest reason is he's like in his 70s and still plinks around, but he likes that the fact that he can sort of be lazy and lean his receiver pole.
The tilt, yes, it's
Yeah,
unbelievable. It
yeah.
gets next to buildings. Like
Yep.
I'm a one man show on this thing now. Just
Ah, there you go.
It's paid for itself in 6 times over in a year, in 2 years.
Oh, that's fantastic. Glad to hear a success story. So I've heard other people that don't know how to take advantage of them that spend the money and never really quite make it back. And that's, yeah, it's too
It
bad.
it was a learning curve.
Yeah,
So
it always is. So anyway, so that's the setting. Now, so what I want to jump to next, I'm going to exit this. And I want to address your thing about the points, and we'll talk about that in more detail when we get into the section, when we start getting into our exercises on the points. But to realize where all these things are going to go and how they display on their different layers. Now, here's what was this 0.7? See, that's on that layer new points, and that includes the CAD point as well as the symbol and the everything's on that layer. But if you look at this one that I exploded, it puts the symbol, when it creates the symbol, it puts them on layer 0. So it's going to inherit the characteristics of, like, here's a layer called new points, and it's red by definition. So if I go to new points, new points, if I made that cyan, see how that's now cyan? Because, or even if, just so you're not thinking that it's the same as the attribute. So I made it magenta colored. So that is a block. If you see again, this was what made up that symbol as a block, but it was defined originally on layer 0. So whatever layer it gets put on, it adopts those characteristics. However, these three things, which are attribute definitions, are defined on specific layers, one called PNT-NO, one called PNT-ELEV, and one called PNT-DSC. So those are individual layers that this particular block goes on. So if I were to freeze this layer called new points, right now when I freeze that layer, let me just pick that layer here and I'll pick it there. The whole thing goes away. Okay. But if I freeze, and I'm doing this from this toolbar, freeze by pick, and it's the same as view, freeze by pick. If I pick the elevation, see, it drills down into that block, and you saw all of those elevations went away, but left the other things open.
that's
If
what I
I,
needed. Yeah, that clarification on that helped out.
right now, it's even further. Um, so I'm now going to restore that back. So this is even potentially further, and particularly with field to finish. So if I do a draw locate points, then I've got a, I do a draw locate point, but under my points default, I can tell it, that's where I can change the symbol. I can do that also in the draw locate. But you see this little side over here that says separate layers, none. To separate the layers, I say none. If I say points, I'll say okay. And layer for points, I'm going to put this on PNTS dash separate PTS only. Oops. So I'll say okay. All right, now I'm going to do a draw locate, just normal screen pick. I'm going to pick right here. Oh, wait a minute. Let me, before I do that, let me draw locate points, and let's see, we're going to put this on, there's that layer name again from my default. Okay, so I'll say, so the default set it here. All right, so if I screen pick that point right here, and I'll just call it 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and new point sep layer. All right, so there it is. Now, I've got to notice the color here is a slight difference in color. So what I have now in my layer list is I've got, let's just look at the ones that got created here under new points. Let me see. That's under, oh, points separate. So if I go back to my layer list and PNTS, here are the layers that got created. So before, when I had PNTS, it created points, and then you would see also a elevation, a description, and a point number. So there's that. You see the little suffixes it sticks on there. So that put the attribute here on a separate elevation because I put them on a separate layer for the points and also separated these out. I now can freeze, for instance, this. See, I got rid of that elevation. These did not freeze off because they weren't globally done. Same thing with that. Let me put those back. And then if I did that
That's
same
helpful.
to the point number, see how it turns that off individually? So that's with that separation, and you control that here. I'm just gonna set this back to points. Let's see. So you got this separable layers over here, separate layers. You could put the symbols. And when you do that, it makes another suffixed layer called whatever the main layer is, and it calls it MARK for the mark. That's the mark of the point. Okay. Or you can say both. So it puts the points on one layer that you could freeze globally separately, and you can do that for different times you bring in different sets of points. Or if you just say none, it's going to put the whole mess on that particular layer, and then that controls everything that got set for that layer. All right. And again, down here, that's why I had use field to finish for point styles. That's why when I typed new point up there, it's a new point in my drawing because I was using that setting to um, to make those code tables. So instead of using the full field to finish of drawing line work, etc., it's just using the descriptions and the symbols, whatever that code said to use from that file. All right, so that's what we'll typically have, and we'll look at those settings in more depth as we get to them. But what we do need to finish up now, and I'm going to just erase all of these things here and get rid of them. I now have, in fact, I'm going to just type erase. I'm going to type ALL, enter, enter. So we got rid of 6 things that were on some frozen layers, perhaps. Let me make sure I've got my layers all turned back.
But the points are still in the database in the CRD.
That's exactly what I was getting ready to explain and to illustrate. So if I did that and took them out of my drawing, if I go to points and list points, let's list all my points, right there they are. Okay, they're still there. I can still draw them into my drawing, draw them again. Just draw locate points, draw all, or draw, let's say, just the 100s, for instance. If I go to points, draw locate points, I can choose up here, draw a range. And let's just say 100 through 1,000. So there they are, 101, 102, 103. Now you can do the same thing where you can draw with a point group if you've defined a group. So there's all kinds of really neat management techniques. I'm going to select those, get rid of them again.
So
But
it's
I
kind
want
of
you,
like the old checkpoints into drawing on
yeah,
LDT.
exactly right.
Yeah.
Exactly right. So I have that ability. It's stored out there separately, but not only from that as just do a draw locate, but under my points. And I can come down here to point utilities and choose them here, or I can just go up here to my coordinate file utilities. That's sort of a whole bunch of commands all at one. And down at the bottom, I've got this update drawing from coordinate file. I can also update a coordinate file from the drawing. So maybe I've got points in the drawing, but I've lost the coordinate file, or I switch to a new file and I want to take those points and put them in that coordinate file.
I've been looking for that since the beginning of this to
Ah,
check points from that.
okay, good. So now you'll know where it is. So now I'm going to update the drawing from the coordinate file, and here's your range of points. Well, let's just say 1 through 99 to be different from where we had before. We'll say, okay, ups, no points made. Let me see. Update drawing from coordinate file. Range of points, 1 to 99. Erase, oh, draw points. That's what I didn't do. I'll select a different symbol this time. Let's make these all trees. We had a tree survey going. That drew 8 points. We'll exit. And so now I've got these nice little red trees. It's fall, so the leaves are changing. That looked like a different, no, it's the same. Okay. So there they are with their descriptions, point numbers, elevations, the whole works, except for the 101, 2, and 3, because we see here I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points, but in my coordinate file, I've got, choose all. I've got 1, 2, 3, there's 8, 9, 10, 11. Number of points is 11, min, max, etc., and descriptions. All right. Now, another nice thing that I like about this little editor, this little report viewer is, let's say I got all that, and okay, I want to now output to screen, and you can do it from the file menu or from the icon right here, just output to the screen. I'll take the defaults and dump them there, hit them at east. And when I exit, well, there's my coordinate table. Now you can change the font so it's monospaced, or you can also do it as an Excel file and create a table. There's, any number of ways you can do with all of those types of things. But again, once it goes in there, it's just text or a table. But that's a lot how all that works. And there's a lot to sort of take in and a lot to learn about that interaction. I had that same client that uses the Java with the tilt feature. He had a difficult time until he caught on to it, on realizing how the files could work. He was used to there always being a single coordinate file with a single drawing. And he would sometimes get those out of whack, and he would use multiple different coordinate files with a single drawing. And we'd leave some points in the drawing and switch files, and he would get some things sort of really out of whack. And in fact, you could move a point. Let's see if I move this 0.6. I'm just going to do a graphic move. I'm going to bring it up here, and it's going to prompt me. But if I say no, don't update. Well, now the coordinate file still thinks of 0.6 as being down here and not here. So if I then go to draw locate points, and if I uncheck this little guy, sorry, not uncheck, but I'm going to say, all right, let's allow duplicates, and let's draw point number 6. Well, there's 0.6, and there's 0.6. Well, which is my 0.6? And if you double click a point, it brings up the editor, shows you where it is. If you double click this one that I had before, it's going to say, you know what? Here's a 0.6, but it differs from the coordinate file. Choose which one you want to edit, the screen location or the file location. If I say screen, I take it like that. And let's say I just, let's change that from 9 to a 9.1 out here and say, okay. All right, so now you notice what happened? That 6 that was down here shot itself up to here, because even though it's the same name, and you see that plus mark, I've got 2 different points here. So if I do a crossing selection, I've got, remember, each point has 3 entities. There's a graphic block, an attribute block, and a point. They're grouped. So when I select that, I've got not just those 3, but I've got those 3 twice. That's why I've got 6 showing here. So here's the, see which one is, like, there's that first one that I had moved originally up to there. No, I won't update it. And so now, if I move this one, yep, I'll update that one. Now they reconvened at the intersection is where they're supposed to be because I told it to update its location. So the point of the illustration being, and I'm just going to select that one and delete it. I just did that graphically. But if I went to my points menu and chose erase points and chose number 6, it could take both of those out and could possibly take them out of the coordinate file as well. So just because it was graphically selected, just like I could do here and just delete them, hit the delete key, they're still in my coordinate file. And so not in the case of my client that used to get a lot of confusion going on, you know, and his point of confusion was because he would find points and then he'd try to resolve his deeds to those points. And, you know, he'd wind up, obviously, those points are going to be very close together. And then he would, you know, try to make sense of where the final definition of the point's going to go. So he would use, you know, different point ranges, like the 200 series might be the deeds and the 100 series might be the field points, or you know, whatever it happens to be. And so he kept getting those things confused. He's clear on everything now that he's familiar with and used to how the system works. Because you got to remember, he came from almost 30 years of running a survey department for Dewberry to, once he retired and sold out, he went back to working out of his garage, bought Carlson, and he had to sort of become literate in technology once again. I mean, he was one of those guys that used to have peeps to handle that for him. You know, he had people that did that. So, um, so rather proud of him. He does make a beautiful set of plats, though. He's got an eye toward being an artist on plat creation. So I've got to hand it to him. He's really taken to this well. But that's sort of key, is to understanding how all of those interactions work. And if you're brand new to this stuff, sometimes it's a little overwhelming, but it doesn't take long to get used to it. So that being said, let's take our afternoon break here. We're getting about 15 minutes past, but let's come back at 3:30. And then we'll finish up this section on these other settings, particularly the linking. That's the one I want you to see how it works because it affects the way things behave. Okay. Any other questions that may have arisen?
No, sounds good. Thank you.
Everybody good there? How about you, Chris? You good?
Yeah, I'm good too.
Okay. Is it kind of like drinking out of a fire hose? There's a lot coming at you sometimes if you're new to it. So anyway, all right, I will pause the recording.